one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
We'll now call the roll. Commissioner President White,
Present.
Commissioner Vice President Webb,
Present.
Commissioner Andrews,
Present.
Commissioner Gray, Commissioner Dr. Harris,
Present.
Commissioner Hembry, Commissioner Hembry, Commissioner Johnson,
Present.
Commissioner Malone,
Present.
Commissioner Smith.
Present.
Also present this evening is Mr. Rashawn K. Hassan, Superintendent of Schools, Mr. Cameron E. Cox, Chief Financial Officer, Board Secretary, Dr. Elizabeth Filipatos, Chief of Student Services, Dr. Jean Gordon, Chief of Instruction and Program, Chief Carletta Jones, Chief of Human Resources, Chief Bashan L. Hill, Chief of Marketing and Communications, Mrs. Khalifa Shabazz, Esquire General Counsel, Mr. Jeffrey A. Morton, Assistant Board Secretary. And I thought I saw our student commissioners, but maybe they are at the
They're
other.
on the other side, they're present.
Okay, and-
Ms. Marsala and Ms. Califac are here this evening.
Ms. Marsala and Ms. Califac are here present for the student commissioners. Madam President, we do have a quorum. Welcome to the business meeting of the Plainfield Board of Education. Members hope that you'll find this meeting interesting and informative. We thank you for taking the time out to attend. Please be advised that this and all meetings of the board are open to the media and public consistent with the Open Public Meetings Act, and that the advance notice required therein has been provided to the Courier News. Tap into Plainfield on on Monday, April 7th, 2025, to be advertised on Friday, April 11th, 2025, and also provided to the Plainfield Public Schools District website, the Plainfield City Clerk, Police Department, and Plainfield Public Library for posting. Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. All right. Good evening, everybody. Good evening to those of you here with us present in person. We do have viewers virtually, so good evening to you all as well. Welcome to our April business meeting. I have a few brief remarks to share and some updates regarding some things happening within our district, which will be followed by our highlight video, of course, that we play every month. As we begin tonight's meeting, I want to take a moment to ground us in the reason we are all here, which is for our students. Can you hear me? Hello? Okay. Amidst the important issues we handle on behalf of the district, we must never lose sight of why we do what we do. Every vote, every policy, every conversation is all for our students. Throughout our district, we are fortunate to have some incredibly talented and intelligent young scholars. We also have amazing administrators, teachers, support staff, and countless others who pour into our students daily. Whether it's in the classroom, in the cafeteria, on the bus, or on the field, these are the people who help us teach, nurture, inspire, and cultivate the whole child. That is worth celebrating, always. April is Autism Awareness Month, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge the importance of creating inclusive environments where all of our students feel seen, supported, and valued. Let us continue to raise awareness around autism, promote understanding, and embrace neurodiversity, not just in April, but every day. This month is also filled with wonderful activities within our district. This coming Thursday, we will celebrate Bring Your Child to Work Day. I'm excited about the fun activities that the district has planned to engage our future leaders. We are also gearing up for Cardinal Victory Day, where we'll celebrate the amazing historical accomplishments of our basketball team. And while we're talking about sports, our spring sports season is in full swing, and I want to take a moment to encourage everybody, students, staff, families, and community members, to get out and support our student athletes. These young people work hard, not only on the field, but in the classroom as they represent Plainfield with excellence and true Cardinal pride. I also want to take a moment to share with you all, in case you don't know, as I encourage you to attend the games. Our baseball team's record is 2-2. Our softball team record is 1-2-1. Our boys volleyball record is 6-2. Boys tennis, 1-0. Our girls flag football team, 1-2. Boys and girls track and field have all been medaled at multiple track meets throughout their spring season thus far. And we do have our esports team at 6-1 in Rocket League and 3-3 in Smash Brothers.
All right.
If you do not know what those games are, then ask one of our students. We also have an esports tournament coming up. I don't know if we have an actual title. It's a national tournament, correct?
The National Plainfield's National Esports Invitational.
Yes, so we have that coming up, and we have teams ranging all over the nation, coming from as far as California, and that will be a multi-day event, and I was informed by our deputy superintendent that the students from the California team and our students will be going over to New York to engage in some activities, some fun activities, for them to let their hair down and just have fun. But it's my understanding that while we know some of our students may or may not have ever been to New York, although they live in New Jersey, the students from California, a lot of them have never been to New York, so it's a great opportunity for them to go over there and just get a chance to enjoy themselves while they're over here. So in addition to that, I just want to share that I've heard many great things happening in our schools lately across the district, in multiple schools, elementary schools, our middle schools, and our high schools. And I want to make sure that we all stay informed and uplift all the good that's happening across the district. Our students and staff are always doing amazing things, and they deserve for their stories to be told and for their stories to be heard. So with that, I'd love to share the highlight video showcasing just a few of those moments, and just make sure that we reflect on our shared commitment to student success. Nick, you can cue up the video. Thank you, Nick, and as always, thank you to our marketing team, our media and marketing team, for putting that video together. So before I finish my remarks, I just want to share that a few of our commissioners did go to the 2025 NSBA annual conference, and I want to just take a moment for us to share some of what we experienced there while at the conference, whether it be just fellowshipping and networking with our fellow board members across the nation, or whether it was actually attending some of the sessions and the luncheon and the activities. All of us, along with some of the administrators within the district as well, attended the pre-conference workshop. So I'm just going to share my experience, a little bit about my experience, about how we went. It was in Atlanta, and it was very enlightening and inspiring. The focus of this year's conference was centered on accelerating student success and strengthening school operations, which is deeply aligned with the goals that we are striving for here at Plainfield Public Schools. One of the most impactful experiences was the pre-conference site visit. We actually visited Atlanta College and Career Academy, where we had an up-close and personal look at the daily operations of their model institution that is reshaping student outcomes across Atlanta Public Schools. So that school, I would say, is similar to what we have over at Union County Vocational High School, where we have a bunch of different schools who utilize that school. They go half-time, some go full-time. But their innovative curriculum, very accelerated, allows their students to complete full career pathways in just one academic year. So through this rigorous program, the students earn industry certificates and college credits, which positions them to seamlessly transition into college, high-demand careers, and beyond. And they make sure that they focus those careers on the careers that are the most effective and the most broad in that Atlanta area. This forward-thinking approach is exactly the kind of investment our students deserve, one that meets them with purpose and prepares them for the future with both opportunity and confidence. Among the conference sessions, one in particular that stood out was Revolutionizing School Attendance, the 6 Principles of Equitable Engagement. As chronic absenteeism remains a persistent challenge in school districts nationwide, Plainfield is no exception. This session offered a powerful, equity-centered framework that reimagines attendance not just as a number, but as a reflection of student connection, value, and belonging. The presenters passionately shared strategies to transform school culture and ensure every student is seen, supported, and motivated to attend. The dialogue in the room from presenters to educators and board members alike was both thought-provoking and solution-oriented, leaving us energized with practical tools and a renewed commitment to meet students where they are. As we continue striving to improve both instruction and operations within Plainfield Public Schools, the insight gained from this conference is a reminder that innovation, equity, and intentionality are the keys to unlocking our students' full potential. It was a very good conference. This year was one of the best I've been to, especially, as I mentioned earlier, with the pre-conference site visit. We really got to engage with the students and understand how they're being impacted and how much of a difference it's making on their educational experience, something that we definitely want to ensure that we're cultivating here with our CTE pathways and our programming that we have currently, and that we're going to continue to bring into our district to make sure that our students are getting the full benefit from that. And of course, in addition to our partnerships that we have with the universities in the area, where our students are getting college credits and able to move on to ultimately get college credits that move towards their associates as they graduate here from Plainfield Public Schools. So that's what I have to share. I'll now open the floor to commissioners who would like to share on their experience, because 5 of us went along with some administrators. Any commissioner? Commissioner Smith.
Good evening. At the National School Board Association workshop in Atlanta, I had the privilege of attending a session titled Communicating Through Crisis and Controversy. In a room filled with board members from across the country, there was a shared understanding. Individuals who serve in public education realize that as much as it's about leadership, it's about communication. And when a school district is facing a crisis, whether it's financial or social, how a school district and a board communicates to the public can define whether the community feels informed or ignored. This session also served a powerful reminder that professional development is not a luxury for board members. It's a necessity. The opportunity to engage with peers from districts from both similar and vastly different parts of the country gave me a new perspective and shared practical tools that can be applied right here in Plainfield. During this session on communicating through crisis and controversy, it became clear that effective communication isn't simply about responding to a situation, it's about being prepared before a crisis arrives. Many districts share how they had to develop clear, ready-to-implement crisis communication plans that outlined who speaks, how messaging is delivered, how quick the public is informed, and how misinformation can be rebuked immediately. This kind of planning creates confidence and shows the community that leadership is organized and responsive. During the session, the importance of unified messaging was emphasized again and again. Board members spoke about how alignment in public statements, whether in public and on social media, does not mean eliminating disagreement, but it protects the public from confusion. When messages are inconsistent, The community does not know who or what to believe, but when it's unified, it builds trust, even when boards have to make difficult decisions. During this session, many board members shared how their communication departments are not support roles, but key players in stabilizing trust. These teams help translate this complex data into clear visuals, infographics, and talking points that are digestibles for families who speak multiple language and local media. A lot of school districts use shorts like YouTube and TikTok to share information quickly, clearly, and in real time. Having these tools in place in a way that's not reactive doesn't just ease tension, but it opens the door for deeper understanding. All in all, the consistent message was this: all communication should lead back to the students, because if they can't understand what we're doing and talking about at these meetings, what good is that? So that was the common ground. So whether we're discussing finances, policies, or facilities, if the message is anchored in what's best for the students, the community is more willing to lean in, ask questions, trust, stay engaged, even when the news is hard to hear. Being in that room reminded me that we are not alone in the challenges that we face. Across the country, districts are navigating budget gaps, community tension, misinformation, cell phone bans, book bans, and the list goes on. And as board members, it is tough. But what makes successful boards apart is how they prepare, how they communicate, and how they stay focused on the children through it all. This experience also deepened my appreciation for professional development as a school board member, because our roles are complex, but how we work with our school district and our community in keeping communication honest and clear makes a big difference. The insights shared during this session were not abstract. They were real, tested, and working in communities all across the country, and they are actionable items here in Plainfield. So together, we can build crisis communication plans, leverage our communication departments to simplify and clarify complex decisions, invite feedback through structured, respectful, and community engagement, and all in all, keep students at the heart of every message that we send. This session didn't just offer advice, it offered a vision that's possible when we communicate clearly and with unity as a board and as a district, so we could grow stronger through crisis, not in spite of it, but because of how we choose to show up and speak for our students, staff, families, and community of Plainfield.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Do you have any other commissioners that were at the conference that want to share?
Yeah, so I just want to kind of reiterate what Ms. Smith said. The conferences have become an opportunity for us to learn greatly. And I know sometimes the public doesn't necessarily understand that travel, but I think it's important to kind of highlight the fact that though we are required to take a lot of education here through the state of New Jersey, I probably learn a lot more when I have opportunities to visit other school districts, as we had the chance in Atlanta, to talk with other school board commissioners. You know, one of the quick questions I always ask people, like, what are the challenges that you're faced with and how you're meeting them? And over the course of time, we've used that travel to bring back innovative solutions for our own district, one of those things being our universal lunch that we do at the high school. And just seeing how, again, other districts are meeting the challenges and adapting to see that they fit those things. Another thing I thought was really interesting, you know, Plainfield is in the news. We could be in the news for quite a number of things. I've been on the board for quite a while. But what I was really proud or happy to hear about was when I was there, the people nationally are talking about Plainfield. And one of the things I heard them talk about extensively was what we're doing for teachers. The idea that we have raised income to a reasonable level, something that's respectable. And I've heard from board commissioners in Massachusetts to New York to California who are all kind of saying the same thing, like, how did you guys do that? And so while I often kind of go and ask questions about what people are doing in their districts, what was rewarding was to hear people asking about what we're doing in our districts. And I think a good part of that is because when we do go on these conferences, both home and locally, we tend to present. And so we have subtly shifted the light by which I believe Plainfield is being looked at, not just locally, but at a national level as well. And so again, it's a great opportunity, again, to continue to learn from board members across the country and to put on to show up, to say that we're worthy of being seen as well. So that was a very rewarding feeling to hear that.
Any other commissioners?
You know,
that went on?
you know what, can I just say one more quick thing?
Go ahead.
Because I had a chance to attend one of the keynotes. I thought it was really, really good. It was how technology and AI are impacting the future of education. I would humbly say, too, it's one of those things I believe Plainfield is in front of. One of the things I did speak about was our Apple Vision program, to which, again, across the country, people are like, well, that makes sense. You know, in some communities, people have access to these things as toys. It's important in communities of our own where we know and recognize that this is future technology, that we're providing that opportunity to students as well. But something that one of the presenters said that really drove home with me was the idea that students need a complete education that is not driven by politics or profits, or even test scores for that matter, but rather inspires curiosity, nurtures talent, provokes critical thinking, and fosters communication. And when we look at that video, we see interested faces, kids who want to learn more, who are being exposed and exploring things outside what is typically the normal inside our communities. And so as we continue to build upon those 4 pillars of lifelong learning, again, I want to commend the district and the work that's being done here.
Thank you, Commissioner Andrews. Any other commissioners? Good.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say good evening, everyone. I just want to take a moment to share a little bit about my experience at the NSBA conference. I had the chance to attend some powerful sessions, connect with board members and educational leaders from across the country, and taking a lot of information that really helped me grow in this role. One of the sessions that stood out was focused on how school boards can help create safe and supportive environments for all students. It was a reminder of the responsibility we have to lead with empathy and make sure every student feels seen and valued. Another session highlighted the importance of strong collaboration between board members, superintendents, and leadership teams. They really reinforced how effective communication and unity can move a district forward. I also had some great follow-up conversations with fellow attendees who took part in the site visits. Special thanks to Dr. Evans, our Director of Career and Technical Education, for sharing some key takeaways with me. Her insight helped me understand the career and technical education landscape. Beyond the learning, it was also great to build relationships with people who are passionate about making education better. I'm coming back recharged with new ideas and a deeper drive to continue the work we're doing for our students in our community. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Commissioner Malone. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Johnson? Good. All right. That is all I have for my president remarks. And we can now move forward to, I believe we have some presentations, Mr. Hassan?
Yes, we can move forward with the first presentation, Madam President.
Okay. Good evening.
So, it's indeed an honor and a privilege to be able to recognize 2 of our outstanding scholars. The last few years, Alpha Phi Alpha Incorporated has hosted an annual stock market challenge. And they've solicited the participation of school districts up and down the state of New Jersey. And at the end of the stock market challenge, a group of students who excel and just outright crushes that stock market challenge is recognized, and they also receive a small prize from Alpha Incorporated. This year, out of the 7 students who were recognized by Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, 2 of those students are from right here in Plainfield Public Schools, 2 of our very own. We want to recognize those 2 students this evening and congratulate them on their outstanding performance in the 5th Annual Stock Market Challenge as a virtual portfolio manager. And those two students are Julian Grant of Oz. Advisory Council. He's always representing Jackson Middle School and showing up, representing the student body. So, as you indicated earlier, Madam President, there are so many things that we can highlight in our school district as it relates to the work our administration is doing, what our students are doing. So, when you think about the investments that are being made in Plainfield Public Schools, know that this is the return on that investment. This is what success looks like. To Mr. Andrews' point, this is what curiosity looks like. It looks like this when we're able to provide opportunities and access for our students. So we scratch that curiosity. I want you to think back to when you all were in middle school or high school. How many of you had the opportunity to go out and manage a virtual portfolio and figure out how to play the stock market? I didn't have that opportunity. If I did, maybe I'd be on a different trajectory or a different path. So thank you for representing Plainfield Public School, but most importantly, thank you for representing yourself. And listen, we love to see our families come out and support our students. So
Excuse me, guys,
when we get a
come
photo,
back, young scholars, yes, yes. And if the part of the picture, we would greatly appreciate that.
admin.
Get a single photo with this chair as well.
Before we get to the next presentation, I just want to give Collins and Julie an opportunity to share a little bit about their experience and what they learned through the stock market challenge.
Well, since the stocks have been going down this year because of political reasons, it's been a lot.
Y'all better pay attention.
On the stock market, but throughout that event, we were pushed and challenged to really show what we know and show how hard we worked. And so, I'd really just like to say thank you for the opportunity.
All right.
So basically, in the stock market challenge, what I did was I take that opportunity to live out short. Thank you.
We need you to come back to more board meetings and give us.
That great pension reform here in New Jersey. I think we have some portfolio managers we might want to hire.
That's right.
Right. Good evening again, everybody, and welcome to our cheerleading team for Plainfield Public Schools. All right, so welcome, ladies and coaches. We appreciate you being here. We're glad that you came and joined us this evening. We wanted to make sure that we highlighted you all for your tremendous contributions to our student athletes, our sports overall in general, but specifically this past winter season with our boys basketball team, rooting them on and doing your part in cheering this historic basketball season for the boys, alongside the boys and with them. We appreciate your dedication, and as Ms. Hassan stated before, you guys had dinner, the sacrifice that you all made to ensure that you were there at these games to cheer them on to their victories. So I hope you enjoyed your dinner. Did you enjoy your dinner? Yes. All right. Good job. Go Big Red! Go Big Red! Okay. So now we have a proclamation to honor you all that I'm going to read, and then Mr. Hassan is going to read a second one. Oh, it's the same one. I thought it was the second one. Okay. So we're going to read this proclamation, then we're going to have you all come up so that we can make sure that we honor you and take some photos and just celebrate you. You can bust out a cheer because I got a cheer for you. But we're going to celebrate you tonight. So, 2024-25 cheerleading team. The superintendent of schools recommends, and I so move, the following. Whereas the fall and winter cheerleading teams of Plainfield Public Schools have exemplified excellence, spirit, and dedication throughout the 2024-25 school year, serving as proud ambassadors of the district at athletic events, community programs, and competitions. And whereas the cheerleaders have demonstrated commitment to their sport through countless hours of practice, teamwork, and perseverance, all while upholding academic responsibilities and setting a positive example for their peers. And whereas their performance on the sidelines and in competition has ignited school spirit, energized crowds, and fostered a sense of unity and pride throughout the Plainfield community. And whereas their accomplishments would not have been possible without the exceptional leadership and mentorship of head coach Aaron Murphy Richardson and assistant coach Quanisha Johnson. Whose dedication, passion for cheerleading, and commitment to the personal growth and success of their athletes have made a lasting impact on the team and the broader school community. Now, therefore be it resolved that the superintendent of schools and the Plainfield Board of Education do hereby recognize and extend their heartfelt congratulations and appreciation to the 2024-25 fall and winter cheerleading teams of Plainfield Public Schools. This talented and spirited group includes, and you guys can stand as long as you're here, and I want you to join us as I say your names. Jasmine Robinson. Camila Willis Casey. Angela Lanier. Alyssa Solomon. I told her that she would be able to do it. Come on, slowly. Come on up here.
Good evening, everyone. This was, okay, so we gave Murph her flowers because she's resigning. So now I have a special little gift for Juanita because I appreciate her. She could be anywhere, but she chose to coach. Okay, so I have a little gift. Juanita? Come on, cheerleader since 2008. My daughter's not here, but she was Laylay's age starting. But I was Juanita's first cheerleading coach on Pop Warner, all the way up. She's always been a Go Big Red fan. Every time she cheered. So Juanita, this is for you. Because I know we all appreciate you. And I have a little certificate. Can I just read it? It says, thank you for your unwavering support and guidance. Your dedication to the team is truly inspiring and hard work. The effort you put into making the Plainfield cheerleading squad the best it can be. Your wisdom and guidance have helped the young ladies learn important life lessons, both on the field and the court. We know that you've made a lot of sacrifices to be an assistant coach, and you are truly appreciated for your commitment. Thank you for being such a positive influence on all these young ladies. You have helped them become stronger, confident individuals. You are definitely a blessing. Watch yourself. I have a little t-shirt. I didn't tell you it was my fly t-shirt and a little message. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, so Coach Murphy and Juanita, you guys stand over here so that we can get you. Sorry, I can't use the mic because my voice is not back 100%, not as loud as I want it. Plainfield Public Schools varsity cheerleading team. In honor of a spirited season, your pride and passion lit the way. Thank you for representing us with excellence and inspiring us all. Ladies, thank you again. Now, may I have my picture so that we can take a photo with the cheerleader? You guys can group it.
Bunch together.
Everybody, if you can look this way. One, two, three.
Oh, we going back over there?
Check me like.
don't sleep right? My bag be on inflamed. What's going on? I go to bed at 4. I do like, I stood up, I did 5 bags, chest and triceps, and I do a core. I don't got no cheerleaders.
But when I see you got your, we beat the number 2 team in the country sneakers.
Get in the middle and look at TJ.
I said, I see you got your, we beat the number 2 team in the country sneakers on. Yeah,
We got that out the way. But like I said, my presentation had a lot of stuff in it. So go through that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
That should be interesting. I do a lap for them here at my gym. So, I know.
so that's the only important report. Well, and well, that's part of the status.
Yeah, but that's like, they all do.
Yeah, I'm saying you didn't have like general comments.
Nah, not on that one. Okay. Go ahead and do it. What you want to do?
So, Madam President, I'd like to put a motion on the floor. I'd like to make a motion to move, I'd like to move to amend tonight's agenda to add discussion regarding the preliminary budget, specifically concerning the proposed cuts presented by the superintendent, both the 4.6 million in cuts already shared and additional cuts he may be prepared to present. Discussion will support the board's directive for revised budget scenarios reflecting 0% tax levy increase or a tax levy increase not exceeding 2%. Discussion. Yes.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'd like to add a discussion.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Vice President Webb and seconded by Commissioner Gray as well as Commissioner Smith that the board now amend tonight's agenda as published to allow for further discussion on the preliminary budget to include the proposed cuts by the superintendent as well as any other cuts that may result in reducing, I'm paraphrasing, Mr. Webb, reducing the tax levy. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried.
Okay.
Commissioner Vice President Webb, you can go ahead and start the discussion.
All right, so, the last couple of weeks, it's been, we were presented with a scenario at a board meeting in March, I believe, to raise our tax levy 2% that traditionally we do. But, over the past couple of weeks, I've had some discussion with commissioners. I had some time to sit back and reflect on it myself. And I really wanted to just I took a different perspective where I feel like I would like to go with a 0% increase this year, and I came up with a few reasons why. The enrollment trends and funding challenges, the enrollment data. Plainfield Public Schools serves approximately 10,000 students. There's a funding impact that we're losing through the pilot agreements. The pilot agreements bypass the school budgets. There are a lot of things that deprive our district through just missed revenue, through not taking advantage of the pilot agreements, and I think we should take a really long look, not just an audit, but potentially a forensic audit, and really look at where the money that we have missed as a community over the last probably more than a decade really puts us as a district. I think if we do go with the 0% increase, it will require us as a administration and a board to be more lean, and will cause us some difficult conversations. But I think what we do is we give the community a heads up. We give them notice that they are our partners in this, and we're looking for them to know that they're going to be, committed to a tax increase in future years to make sure that we continue to put Plainfield Public Schools in a proper position. So I wanted to give other commissioners the opportunity to discuss that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Webb. So I'll share my thoughts on this as part of the discussion. And while I'm speaking to the public and my fellow commissioners as your board president, I'm also speaking as a community member who resides here in Plainfield, of course, and owns a home here. And I just want to share that we heard the outcry from the community after the preliminary budget meeting, and then after the articles were out, and we see everything that's happening. We hear everything. We have community members coming up to us, talking to us, calling us. So we get the emails. The administration has gotten the emails. So we hear you. And we've had time to think about it, and we share with each other what the community members are saying, and we take that in consideration. But we asked the superintendent and the administration to present a 0% tax levy increase, which wasn't presented initially. That wasn't one of the options. But we asked them to come up with a scenario to present a 0% tax levy increase so that we can understand where we are and what that means for the district. It's not easy, and presenting that doesn't mean that we have extra money to spare, but we wanted to make that an option because we heard you. We understand the economic challenges that we are all facing, from the rising costs and inflation and financial pressures that are affecting you, but they're also affecting the board, forcing the board and the administration to elevate every dollar and cent in our district. And so we wanted to make sure that with this conversation, we shared that while this 0% tax levy increase was presented to the board, that you understood what that meant. We can't assume that you have savings tucked away to absorb increasing costs, and we will not and never intend to ignore the burden that any tax increase could place on the already stretched families that plague our community. And with that said, this option has not come without strain. So I wanted you to know that opting to hold the line on taxes means we must rely heavily on our district savings, which are essentially our reserve account. Those are intended for emergencies and long-term planning. It also means that cuts will be inevitable. We are committed to holding our administration accountable to make this work with less. However, we cannot do that without compromising the quality of the education our students deserve. However, I want to be clear that in entertaining this 0% tax levy increase, and if the board chooses to move in that direction, it does not close the door on future conversations around a potential tax levy increase. The reality is that the district has not increased taxes in the past 6 years, so I want you guys to just remember that. We will continue to explore all options with transparency and responsibility, especially if new challenges arise or if we risk compromising student services. We also want to highlight that something that often goes unnoticed, we've been compared to neighboring districts. We have community members that do it all the time, and Plainfield Public Schools are not those neighboring districts. We are who we are our own, we are Plainfield. And so the options that were presented, us asking the administration to present the 0% tax increase and us considering this does not mean that our leadership has not done their due diligence in ensuring that we've had a balanced budget over the past few years. So we want to make sure that our superintendent, our chief financial officer, and the rest of the administration understand that this is something that the board actually commends and appreciates. We want to make sure that we recognize that there is uncertainty ahead, and that we're hopeful that through continued diligence, creativity, and community partnership, we can weather this storm together without placing unnecessary burdens on our family. We will continue to listen, to lead, and to fight for what's best for our students and our city, because we are all in this together. But I share those sentiments to say that we're considering the 0% tax levy increase. We understand you don't want a tax increase. That's great. I don't think there will ever be a time that any member of the community will ever want a tax increase. However, the reality is that there will come a time that we need it. The time that we need it actually is in fact now. And I know Mr. Hassan has shared that we aren't in fact in a budget crisis. And yes, we do have funding in our reserve account that we can utilize. And that's all we essentially were asking Mr. Hassan and his administration to consider, is for us to just utilize a portion of those funds. Utilizing a portion of those funds, though, actually does deplete our reserve to some extent. And I'm actually a little frustrated I use that word, because I asked Mr. Hassan that when he used that word, it can actually paint the picture that we're depleting our reserve account completely. That is not the case and would not be the case, although it does place a strain. And utilizing that reserve account would drop us just below the ideal reserve level that we're essentially supposed to be within, which is about 8%, a little over 8%. So is it a little concerning and is it uncertain? Absolutely. But I feel like when we go into each budget season, we go in with a level of uncertainty that we don't know what type of aid we're going to get from a state level or a federal level. So I just want to make sure that you all know that, yes, we're entertaining the 0% tax levy increase. At our last meeting, Mr. Hassan did present, at the request of the board, an option that included cuts of roughly about $4.6 million. And then in having conversations with him after that, we discussed using the reserve account to offset the rest of the costs that were needed to ensure that we were able to propose a 0% tax levy increase. So that's really all I have to say on it. I just kind of wanted to clarify that we hear you and we're listening, and we asked for this option to be presented, and we're going to consider it this evening. But I also wanted to make sure that the public and our fellow board members understood the realities of us having this 0% as an option. We empathize with the community, and I believe that we will do what we feel is the best option for us moving forward. And to my understanding, none of the options were even a best option, but I want to just make sure that you all understand the difference between the two options. The 2% is still an increase, 0% is no increase. But we're glad that the conversation is being had, and we will have to continue the conversation. But I feel like moving forward, we have an opportunity to communicate a little more effectively, be a little more transparent in this budget process so that the community understands. Because when they got the information, very misleading, of course, but when they got the information, I think that there was a sense of just not understanding and thinking that it was more than what it actually is. But the reality is that it still is a tax increase, and we know that with the economic crisis that we're dealing with in the nation, it trickles down to the state, it trickles down to our local municipality, and we want to make sure that we're empathetic to your financial needs and the burden that this tax increase may place on our community members, the community members who elected us to serve and be a voice for you. So we're trying to do just that, be a voice for the people who elected us to serve. Any other commissioners?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So one of the things, again, I appreciate the conversation on it, but I'm going to tell you I'm adamantly opposed to 0% for a number of reasons, and I'll enumerate the ways, and also believe that the 2% with the $9 million we're looking for is probably the right mix. You know, as we said on the board, we haven't raised the taxes in about 6 years, and I've said here in previous times suggested it was probably a good idea to do so, but when we were doing that back then, we were just kicking the ball down the road, and to do it again now would be the same thing, the effect of kicking the ball down the road, to expect somebody future down the road to take an even larger chunk, because ultimately, this accumulates over the course of time. You're right, we're not in a budget strain. We have an opportunity now to put our foot on the gas and continue to move forward with the things that we believe in, to continue to provide the opportunities that we spoke on. And so I know I've been out in the community and spoken a lot as well, and I saw the brother walking, nothing against it, but the 36% was almost clickbait. It had a lot of people clicking in, but when you look in and pay closely attention to the amount that we're asking for what's a reasonable amount. You know, when you look at our community compared to others, and you're right, we're not comparing it, we're paying about 26 cents. 26 cents out of every dollar is winding up inside the school district. And I say that's significant because when you look at other school districts, they're contributing more. And one of my biggest concerns, as I've seen happen in other districts, in fact, the one I've worked in, is that when the state makes the decision to change and adjust those numbers, you could be left out on the limb. I think we have a responsibility as board members who are elected to be here, who spend a lot of time in meetings, a lot of time in conversation, and have a deeper understanding of things that sometimes our public doesn't necessarily know about, or they're not necessarily following along through that entire conversation. I would challenge the idea that we haven't been transparent. We've done audits, and we've done that in front of the board. We've done that for the public. We've talked about our demographic study, and so the public knows that there are some issues that we could be looking at in the future regarding, the general school space. I'm a taxpayer in this community too, but I believe that what we're doing is the right direction. And for $71 a month, which is what we're looking at, increasing the taxes to a little more than $3 to $4 a day, I think we're making the right investment when it comes to children. We're talking about a future, and we cannot mortgage the future of children because, and I don't want to say, but because we're afraid to make the difficult decisions. A 0% increase, again, after so many years of not doing this, I know I've had conversations, but I've also spoken outside this general circle. Our local fair share is about $65 million. That's what we should be paying. We're closer to what, 26?
26.
This brings us to 35. That number of that local fair share is going to grow every single year. And every single year that we choose not to do what's right for the future, not feel like what's right now, kids will be impacted by that. And so again, I'm adamantly against the 0%. I don't see how that could be beneficial to us in any sense. And I think, again, the 2% with the $9 million is the appropriate right mix because, again, it allows us to continue to move forward, continue to fund the priorities, continue to provide the opportunities without taking away from the ground that we've already made right now. And I think that's important. You know, one of the things I will tell you that I've come to understand as an educator is that when you've got the momentum, you got to ride the wave. And as a district, I believe not only have we pivoted a corner, but we are riding a wave. And the last thing I think would be beneficial to us is to turn away from that. Again, I recognize that the people who show up and send us emails are the ones who have the energy to do so. But as I've ventured out into community, as I've walked into different places, when I have seen people who I recognize, the first thing I ask them is how they feel about it. And just about everybody I've spoken to, people who don't necessarily write in, people who are not necessarily going to make calls, are telling me, "Nah, that's fair." The price of eggs went up in this year. The price of goods and services are going up over the last 6 years. Why wouldn't our contribution to our community, if we're saying that this is what matters to us, an education system that matters to us, why wouldn't we be willing to make the same commitment to it? And so again, that's my spiel for it, and I certainly hope other people see it in the same fashion.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I think, I don't want to debate, but I just want to bring some light to a few things that you said, just to highlight that I believe that some of the stuff that you said are generally some of the concerns of the community members. Like the price of living has gone up, the prices of eggs and all of that has gone up. And I think that when you look at percentages, you can look at it from two perspectives. There are members of the community who pay taxes where my taxes are different than yours. So a percentage of mine is a higher rate than a percentage of yours. So you can't look at it from a sense of we're all going to pay the same rate, because that's not the same case for everybody. So I just kind of want to make sure that we still just understand that part of it and make sure that we empathize with the fact that because those prices and stuff have gone up, then That's why there's a concern, because I have to pay all of this over here, and no, we haven't done it in 6 years. And I hear what you're saying about kicking the can down the road, but we go into each year, like I said, uncertain, and the district has survived each year. So, and Mr. Hassan has stated why we ended up with a surplus, but we had that surplus, we utilized it appropriately, and I think that we need to make sure we're a little bit more intentional and a little more proactive than reactive when we go into this next budget cycle. But I just want to make sure that board members and community members are keeping in mind that, or that we're keeping in mind that some of those concerns aren't simply that there's not a want or an agreement with what's needed for our students. I think that everybody can agree what our students need and how this could be beneficial to them. But I think that when they're thinking about how they're going to survive, survive going into the next year, not a next budget year, because when you think about it, our reserves are essentially like a savings account for the district, for emergencies, for capital improvement projects, for upgrades and stuff like that. So no, it's not something that we can tap into back and forth, but the residents that we serve, essentially the students and the families that we serve, they may or may not have that. So when they're looking at an increase, even if it's $71 or $3 a day, whatever the case may be, you're looking at somebody who may or may not even have that. They could use that $3 a day or $71. So again, I'm not saying it to be combative or to go back and forth. I just want us to have a full scope of things. And I think this is why we're having this conversation now and why we're considering an alternate option outside of the 2%, because the 2% is still a tax increase. And I think when you look at a 0% tax levy increase where we're not doing it as we have not done over the past 6 years, again, that can be twofold. We haven't done it, so it's like, oh, well, maybe it's about time. But we haven't done it, and we've been able to sustain, and every year we go into it with uncertainty, and we've gone through economic depressions and stuff, recessions and stuff like that. So I think we just need to have a full scope of all of that.
So you don't mind, I just saw now address. I agree with you. So we haven't raised it in 6 years, but in the course of 6 years, the price of things have gone up. And so when and again, if we just isolate, let's just take out, because what I don't think is a good idea is for us to become dependent on state aid, on how the state funds us, because those numbers change, and depending on who's governor next year, there might be even further change with that, right? But if you're saying that the number has been the same, we've sought the same amount from the community for the last 6 years, prices have risen in that time in 6 years. And so even the services, goods, things that we're buying as a district in bulk or whole have gone up with that as well. And again, to your point, had we been taking the 2% over the course of the road, we would not be having this conversation at all. And I'm going to, again, in full disclosure, I was on the board. I remember some of those conversations. I remember when we were there, and it was always what I feel is a political concern about it, right? About how this is going to be seen. But 2% back then would have been nothing. It would have been, not to say nothing, but it would have been small pieces. We've waited 6 years, and so now that 2%, that difference that we have to make up is now a lot larger than what it was. By doing the same thing, by kicking it down the road, all we're doing is extending out. Somebody down the road is going to have to pay the piper. Somebody down the road is going to have to say, hey, we need these funds. We got to make up the difference that boards of education prior to us decided like they didn't have the political stomach for it. I'm not saying that we don't. And so to your point, my concern is about falling into the trap of, again, doing what is just, again, sounds easy. Not to take away, I, again, fully appreciate, to your point, my tax bill is not a $71 increase. I anticipate and expect more, but I believe in what we're doing. I think that what we are moving forward with, as far as making sure that our students have those access are worth more than what we're even willing to give. But I think the average amount, which I continue to use, although some of us will pay more, I think is a reasonable ask. The first scenario that we looked at required, and forgive me if I'm wrong, was more like a $1,500 for the end of the year. This one's more in the $800 range, which the first one was closer to almost $100 plus a month. I think that's a lot to do at once, and to your point, that would have hit people a little bit heavier than others. But again, I don't see how we are being responsible, how we're making the hard decisions by simply saying, hey, we'll just kick it down the road, we'll consider it another 2 years, another year out, when that's what we've been doing. And consequently find ourselves in this particular predicament now to do so. When the market was up, we didn't go and say, let's go for the 2%. When the market was down, the excuse was because it was down, we shouldn't have taken the 2%. But that didn't stop the increase of markets or supplies in that course of that time. It's not easy. The decisions that we make, I'm sure we're going to get slack for. People are going to say things to us. But what I've, again, in my general conversation with a lot of people in the public, the response has been, it's the right move. You can't expect to get by forever with not paying it. And again, and this is my humble belief, again, as an educator myself, if what you believe in, you put money in. You tell me what you want to show me what's important, show me where you're spending your money. And if we believe this is important as a community, as I do, then we spend our money here. It's not easy. It's going to be a challenge for all of us across the board. But if we believe in this, if we think educating our youth is the most important thing we could do, you put your money up. Otherwise, it's not.
Can I step in, please?
Absolutely.
I just feel that we don't have the same business administration team that we had 6 years. We don't have the same grant writers. It's different. And because we approved the recommendation of who Superintendent Hassan put in place to check those boxes, we need to have confidence and we need to have trust that these departments are fulfilling their duties of making sure it doesn't get that bad. And I think we need to keep that in mind. We just passed the RFP for a grant writer, right? So although we are not supposed to rely on state aid, let that person do what we supported the recommendation of bringing them online to do. I think we have to keep that in mind too. We have different people in these seats that are experts in this. Let them be the experts.
And I agree. The superintendent's recommendation was to go with scenario 2 with the $9 million. That was the expert's opinion.
I agree. I understand that. But there were also other scenarios for us to entertain, and now we're having the conversation. I think at that point, we just wanted to go with what made sense in that moment. And then once it settled, it was like, let's dig deeper. Let's dig deeper. Let's ask more questions. Let's look who else can bring money to the table? What else is there? So I agree. And we agree with Mr. Hassan's recommendations a lot. But just because we agree doesn't mean that we can't go back and say, let's dig a little deeper, especially if we have the time to do it.
And again, I think, too, what sometimes I think is lost in the conversation is that it's not just about the money that I keep continuing to hear. It's also about, again, how we are keeping up with the times, paying our fair share, right? And that is not going to be settled by grants.
I agree. I understand that.
You know, the irregular money that we should obtain is not going to settle what our fair share should be from year to year. The only way that's going to happen is if we as a board decide that we're going to put up the money that we believe. Again, we're far off from that number of $65 million, right? So it's us as a board saying, yeah, from our local contributions, we need to collect more. Now, I also definitely understand, again, I also think that is also worth going to the city council. Again, if we have that, if we're so moved by this amount, I think it's worth going to the council, to the mayor's office and saying, hey, can you find that money in your budget? Like, you know what improves property values, improves values in your schooling? How well the education system is doing, how well people want to.
The superintendent did present to the board via email, and we can definitely, I definitely plan to put a motion on the floor for us to walk it on, for us to move it forward as a recommendation, but for us to have an MOU with the city to get our fair share. Now, he did it, he could explain it better, but he did it based on a small equation based on a tax rate. But I think there's also an opportunity for us to have our auditors dig deeper into the impact that these pilots are having on our district, because that's another pool of money that we can pull from. He did it based off of a smaller portion. If we dive deeper into all of the pilots over the course of the past year or the past few years, then we'll find that there's a larger pool of funding that can help the district. We just have to have a true partnership with the municipality to make sure that that happens. And then we wouldn't find ourselves in a situation where we have to rely on state funding or federal funding or anything like that. But the reality is, have we been relying on it? To an extent, but have we been maintaining and surviving? Yes, we have. So no, we haven't done it in 6 years, but that brings me back to my point of, so we haven't done it in 6 years. Do we think that it's gonna just tank our budget and tank our district if we don't do it this year? And if we find ways between now and then to ensure that we're putting the right practices in place, that we're trying to secure funding, and that we get what we need, get our fair share of the funding that we should have been at our fair share of. So I think that's, like, when I'm thinking about the partnership that you just mentioned, then yeah, we let him send that MOU because he's been having a conversation, him and his administration, with the city administration surrounding the pilots, but that we use who we have, our vendors that we have, to dive deeper and to figure out how we can recoup our fair share from the larger pool of funding that, yes, should go into Plainfield Public Schools, because these are our community schools, these are the students and families we serve, and then we don't have to worry about that burden. Okay, there's no tax increase this year, that's what's going on in the city right now, but that doesn't take away from the fact that our community members are still in that they still do have a financial burden. And so now if we add to that burden by increasing taxes, and I'm not saying one way or another is the best thing for the district. What I'm saying is having any type of increase would add to that. And if we're in a position to utilize funding from a reserve account that I know the administration does not want to deplete completely, but if we have an opportunity to utilize it, then why are we not tapping into that to use and finding ways throughout the course of the year to replenish that? It's all gonna still be uncertain, but we have to, it's like Commissioner Smith said, we have to rely on the expertise of our superintendent, our CFO, to get creative and figure out how they're gonna make that happen. How can they continue to do what we need for our students with less? Because again, not comparing us to other districts, but we've been surviving. We're not in the same place that other districts are in, where they do have to do these super major cuts and lay off all of these people. We're not there. And I'm not saying that in thinking about the uncertainty, that one of the uncertainties are that we may end up getting there. But again, we have to focus on the budget year that's right in front of us, and then figure out how do we maintain that and consistently continue to have a balanced budget. I know Mr. Hassan wanted to speak to some of the points that we were making, so he could speak, and then I want to just allow other commissioners to speak once he's done.
Thank you. So I wanted to start, I want to make sure, I'm going to start by saying we're clearly, in this conversation, it seems that there isn't alignment, and I want to make sure that a couple of things are clear. I made 2 proposals to the board. One of those, or 3 proposals that were presented in the presentation. One was preliminarily approved that allowed us to move forward in the next phase of the process. I was then asked to come back to make an alternative scenario in which I presented $4.6 million in additional reductions. I want to clarify that that was not saying that we would get rid of the need, right, to make those expenditures, but that we were simply deferring those to future years. I did not come back and make a presentation with a 0% increase, because that is not what I've recommended as the superintendent of schools, and I've made those concerns known to the board and to the community as to why I do not believe that that is in the best interest of our organization. I also presented the board with a memo that showed the impact of what a 0% or either a 2% tax levy increase would mean for us. And I think it's important for us to really talk through what the actual impact is. So over the last few years, and I'll go back to the 23-24 school year, when building that budget, the district utilized $14.4 million from unassigned fund balance. So that is a fund, if it's excess surplus over a certain percentage of the budget, that has to be used in a future year. So we built the budget with basically $14.4 million of reserve withdrawals. That meant that going into the 24-25 school year, if all things remain constant, we didn't get any additional aid, we had to find another $14.4 million going into the next budget cycle. Move forward to 24-25, we've used $4.7 million in unassigned fund balance. That was 21.8% of that current reserve account. We've also utilized $14.5 million in capital reserves. That is 66% of that particular reserve account, and $2.5 million from our maintenance reserve account, which is roughly 11.49% of that reserve account. The capital reserve withdrawal of $14.5 million, that is directly aligned to one of the major initiatives in the 5-year strategic plan, which is to acquire new space for the administrative office, to have us move out of 1200 Myrtle Avenue so that could be repurposed for a school. So at this point, as indicated in this memo, a 0% tax levy increase, it results in reduced revenues of roughly $9.5 million for the 25-26 preliminary budget. My concern with utilizing capital reserve, maintenance reserves, unassigned fund balance to this extent is that we don't have a firm strategy to replenish those accounts. Now, in prior years, we were easily able to build up our reserve accounts because there was so much money in the education space. School districts had so much money, they didn't know what to do with it. So when we receive ESSER funding, et cetera, let's say in our capital outlay, we appropriated $1 million for boiler replacements and to get new rooftop units. When we received the grant funding for ESSER, we were now able to utilize that funding to now cover the cost of that. So that meant when we used the grant money, we had $1 million that now freed up, that was now free in the general operating budget. Now, we could have used it and spent it on something else, but no, we allowed ourselves to hold on to that and build up our reserve accounts. That source of funding is no longer here for us. It is gone completely. We also know that we are facing roughly a 30% increase in what we could expect to receive in our title funds. Our title grants are utilized to support additional programming that we offer, right? We use it to supplement, not necessarily, not for us to supplant. So that allows us to operate and run our after-school programs, our Saturday academies. It covers the stipends that go along with that. So if there's a further reduction, anything that we lose on the side of the grants, we now have to pick that up in the general operating budget. Now, although there has been an approval to, through the RFP process to hire a firm to procure grants for our organization, there has to be grant opportunities available for them to go after. This is a ripple effect. When you see the market in the condition that it's in now, corporations, they start to tighten up their belt straps. And what does that mean for them? There are less grant opportunities out on the streets from companies and corporations that may usually provide them. So I'm outlining this so one, we are all aware of what the impacts are of the decision that's being discussed right now. We can go out here and we can build a budget with a whole bunch of what ifs, but if those what ifs don't come into fruition, the bottom will fall out. This will have long-term ramifications for us if a decision is not made that allows us to make the investment in our students and in our school district that will put us in a position where we can continue to provide the level of excellence that we've been striving to provide for our students. Now, I don't believe that we have everything right here in our school district at this point in time, but I think we're getting very close. And as a superintendent of schools, to not have any form of additional revenue coming in, it really ties my hands behind my back, and it will make things very challenging for us. If the decision is made, as I stated before, we'll get through it, but there's no scenario in which I see that happening without us having to go out and reducing some of the services that are being provided, and maybe even letting go some of the staff members. Doing that strategically, not through a RIF necessarily, but through our ability to not backfill positions, right? If an employee is non-renewed, as an example, if that's a non-essential role, meaning that they don't have a direct impact over student educational outcomes. But again, it's a difficult decision that has to be made. I hope it's one that we can arrive at this evening that allows us to move forward and keep our students in mind. And I think there was one last point that I wanted to make on this. The pilots. Great conversation. I'm happy that we are moving forward in that direction. Want to be able to present an option, hopefully have some meaningful dialogue with the city's administration. I want to clarify that I've had a few conversations, one in which Mrs. Wyatt was present for, and the second was a conversation that was most recent, trying to understand what's taking place and whether or not there are other options available, and whether or not school districts throughout the state of New Jersey have been able to make any headway in this area. I believe in our ability to collaborate and to hopefully put our best foot forward to get a deal done that supports us. But I also want to remind us of what was said at a prior meeting when the conversations did take place about pilots. It was said in that public meeting, I think it was held at the high school, what the school district needs, the school district should ask for it, and it should be listed on the A4F form, and it should be submitted so that the school district could in fact get the resources that it needs. I don't want us to be blinded by that and think that any conversations about a direct payment for pilot would be in lieu of that, because there still has to be an agreement with the other party. And that right there, that is not guaranteed, but I hope that there's some meaningful conversation and we'll be able to get a deal done. So that's all that I have, and I know the board wants to continue on with its dialogue on this particular matter.
I just had a quick question about it.
Commissioner Gray.
I'm sorry, could you just ask Mr. Hassan a quick question? You said the pilots and those agreements, but just forgive me, even if we were to, the city were to agree to us and give us a portion of it, that would still not cover the portion or the amount that the district is seeking to improve upon, right?
So our strategy really has been to try to close this gap for adequacy. And I know I've had some conversations with the board leadership about this. Every school district has a report of the district status. It will show whether the district is above, at, or below the expected local levy. And it factors in the district, what should be the district's adequacy budget. So for our district, our adequacy budget should be $320,796,379, and that doesn't take into account us like grabbing money from a reserve account, if you will, right? That's literally general operating budget that's driven by our local tax levy and other sources that may come from the state. The state contributes in equalization aid $256,395,528. And with the proposed scenario that was presented, that was already approved by the board, that would bump our general tax levy up to $35.5 million. It's currently 26.5 million at this point. But that leaves a deficiency of $29.8 million, which ultimately means that even at that spending level, we're still $29.8 million short of what we should be spending to run a thriving educational system that will provide a thorough and efficient education for all students. There's no way that we arrive at closing that gap in one fell swoop. So it has to be something that occurs progressively. We've had the conversations about pilots on a number of occasions, and I really do think that it's a difficult conversation for all parties. I don't think that I've ever come across a mayor of a township who says that it doesn't provide an advantage for the community, right? I think the laws are written in such a way that it provides a great incentive, right? And it gives you a tool to use, but the law wasn't necessarily written to support school districts benefiting from that. And if you look around the state of New Jersey, there's many communities that are having the same conversation. Montclair was one of them. I believe Clark and Cranford had a similar conversation about it. But none of them have been able to come to that happy medium or create a model that other school districts have been able to follow. I hope that through collaborative conversations, we could really crack that here. But for any pilot that is on the books, whatever the estimated value of that property is, it does not get factored into the estimated valuation of all of the properties in the city. That number is multiplied by the district's tax rate portion. That gives us our local tax levy. So that means, again, if you have a pilot that's 20 years, whatever the value is of that property, it won't get factored into that total number until you get to year 21. I'm not sure if we're gonna be in these roles that we're in, and nobody's looking to wait 21 years, because it does have an immediate impact on us. So that's one aspect. I know we've talked about opportunities to bring in an additional revenue, et cetera. I mean, we're doing everything that we can. We've partnered with other school districts, some charter schools in the city, to provide transportation services as a vendor to them, which brings in additional revenue to us. But it doesn't bring us millions of dollars, right? And the reason those types of shared service agreements don't bring us millions of dollars is because the staff members that we've hired, their primary responsibility is to provide the services and supports to our students, right, which we pay a salary for. So again, we're doing everything that we can on our end, and I'll answer any other questions that commissioners have about where we are.
Commissioner Gray?
Yes, sir. I want the opportunity in order to explain. So I was the only commissioner that voted no on the original tax increase, and I just want to take the opportunity to explain why I voted no. So I sent my daughters to Plainfield Public Schools, and I do that because I believe in the work that we're all doing. The reason why I voted no for the tax increase wasn't because I don't think that the district, sort of needs it. I understand sort of the political condition that we're in, which is that, right, it's a prisoner's dilemma, right? We're being held captive by the federal government, and all of us, and municipal government, and also local government, municipal and also the school government, we need to work together in order to figure out what the best solution is for all of our children. And one of the sort of big issues that I had is that the budget didn't start. We don't start the budget in March. The budget starts in the fall. Yeah, I'm sorry, Gary? All right, thank you so much. The budget process begins early on. It begins in the fall. The budget process begins with the VA in the fall, and sort of what I've been advocating for with Chair Johnson is a more participatory version of the budget, because when the tax increase came out, it was just like, now the board had to figure out a way to sort of play a marching band role when it should be a marching band role from the beginning, right, when the budget is created. So I hope we can take steps to a more participatory budgeting, because we're going to need it in the future to come. And I also wanted to mention talk a little bit more constructively about the pilots as well. But there is a 30% owner-occupied rate, right? So that means out of all the tax collection rate will ultimately come from those owner-occupied homes. And I think that's what people were reacting to. Generally, when we see the introduction of pilots, because there was a huge disinvestment, right? And now it's an attempt to reinvest in some capacity into that space. I think it can be more equitable, right? But in order for us to really sort of drive home something that works, we all have to be like reading from the same hymn book, but we also have to understand, right? We need to understand how to order from the menu, right? I think one of the big problems here is that we're at the table, we don't know how to order from the menu, and we should be like well versed in understanding what to advocate for. And I think personally, we need to advocate for more space, but we need to also advocate for a mutual sort of program that allows for that home ownership rate to go up, because that's where your tax collection rate will largely come from. At 30%, right? I think that's one of the major problems, is that if we can figure out some way to come together with the municipal government, figure out a way that we can have our needs met, right? One of the biggest needs that we have is we still have a teacher shortage. Teachers you know, creditworthiness is there. There's a whole other factors that may contribute to increasing home ownership rate. I think that we have a lot of opportunities to work with municipal government, the local city government, but it can't be oriented towards this. What I see a lot is a very jazz band focus, right? It can't be individuals trying to play their own sound. You know, again, we're captives here, we're captives under the federal government. We all need to figure out a way to work together, but we have to be clear about our past.
Any other commissioners?
Yeah.
Go.
So, real quick, you know, I think our roles as commissioners is just, you know, very interesting, and it brings a heavy weight, you know. Like when we had our young scholars in and we were having conversation and giving out awards, you know, the energy was great, you know, and I felt that, you know, like on a high, right? And then we made our motion and the energy in the room shifted, you know. That's something that I just do not want to see in our finances, right? So for me, I mean, I think that any kind of cushion we can give our kids to make sure that we are always going to give them the programs that we believe they need is something that I think I think I want to do. So I am for the 2% increase.
Any other?
So I think here's the thing. I think we're all for, to some extent, whatever increase is going to work best for our students. But going back to what I shared, what I learned that the session, and no disrespect to any communication or media here, but if that 2% is still headlined as something different, then we still have a problem. So there still needs to be a clear communication. If we all agree that we do need that 2% cushion, I just want to hold the media that's in a room accountable of highlighting that it's just that and the intention behind it. Because I think this is how this unraveled the way that it did. Because it went from we agreed to one thing, we supported Mr. Hassan's recommendation, it was great data behind it, it made sense, and I think we all woke up the next morning and saw 36%. Yeah. And at this point, we're doing everything in our power to not backpedal, but to make our community feel comfortable. But the same way we need a partnership with our municipalities and our local government, we need partnership with media. So the information that's once we leave this room, we're not waking up to any surprises tomorrow, and our community isn't either. Because if that's the case, it does make us want to go to 0%, because 0% is the only thing that we don't have to go back and correct. So I just want to say, if we agree on 2%, please put it in the minutes that it's just that. Because the headlines are misleading, and that's what made this conversation be a very healthy conversation, and we needed to have it. But it's hurtful when we do things for the students out of good intent, and then it's not translated like that. And then we have to go back and find every language possible to get our community to understand what we meant, when what we meant should have been written and clear from the first time.
I just want to say one thing. I want to speak to a couple of points, and then I digress. But to Commissioner Gray made a point that that I made essentially with different words, but I want to speak to the understanding that the budget process does not start in March. It does start at the beginning of the fiscal year. And so if we enter each budget year, but I'm not going to talk about each budget year because we're in this year and we're looking at next year. So if we enter the next budget cycle with that in mind, and we decide that we're going to be more proactive, and we decide that we're going to be more intentional, and we decide that we're going to communicate more effectively and be more transparent and really make sure that we understand to the magnitude of what we currently have to work with, what we can potentially have, or what we could potentially not have, because every year, those are the questions that we have to ask ourselves in general. There's uncertainty, like I said, around every budget year. We never know what type of funding we're going to get. I think, though, that we've heard that the 2% is a tax increase. It works. Not what we need, because we'll still go into the year needing to figure out how to get more money, but it works. The 0% is no tax increase. Not what we need, but it works. It can work. We're gonna have to make it work. So, but at the same time, I think we can now go into a budget year with all of that in mind and do what we need to do to ensure that we're not back here next year. And respectfully, we have to rely on the superintendent and the administration to make it work, to get creative, to figure it out with what we have. Because increasing the taxes, no matter how we try to spend it or what we try to say, does place a financial burden on the community. Not increasing the taxes, not saying that that doesn't place the district in a position of vulnerability when it comes to our finances, but it's a position that we've been in that we can sustain and maintain while we figure out how to drive in additional funding and while we work or attempt to work with the municipality to come to a point where we're working together, and now we can offset some of those, we can ensure that we bring in some of that revenue and some of that funding to serve the students and the families that we're sitting here and elected to serve. So I just want to drive that point home, and then I want to say, yes, a decision has to be made tonight. A resolution needs to go on the floor if we're amending the preliminary budget that we already approved to have sent to the county, because we need to send the revision to the county. We have to ensure that we have a solid preliminary budget to approve when we get back here on August 29th. And at that point, we can still, of course, have the conversation, but we can't continue to have the conversation around two scenarios that still aren't what we need. We don't have a scenario that gives us a perfect picture. We don't have a scenario that puts us in a position where we have any type of cushion. What we do have right now is a reserve account that we have the opportunity to pull funding from, that we have the opportunity to replenish, and either scenario pulls from that reserve account. So I think that we need to be more proactive and more intentional in our approach and in our budget process from the beginning of the fiscal year to the end of the fiscal year, and work to make sure that we're making cuts where we can, where necessary, where we can avoid an impact on direct student services, and where we can make cuts that make sense for what we need to do moving forward without having to say we have to lay off teachers or not backfill positions. Some we may not be able to backfill. I think with either one, it's inevitable that cuts are gonna happen. It's just something that we have to look to every year. The reality is that when you do make cuts for some of those positions, you don't always backfill all of them. It's not possible to literally backfill all of them because of some of the things that you guys said with the teacher shortage. So I just wanted to kind of speak to that. And again, I digress. I want to let other commissioners speak if they want to, but then I want to entertain a motion if that's the next step before we all digress and move into executive session. I also want to make sure that while we're on the topic of the budget and pilots, that we entertain a motion for resolutions revolving around the pilot as well.
Okay.
Can I just be honest about our funding prospects, right? So another reason why I explained in the note as well, a note to know, is because I fundamentally believe that in order to get free and thorough and appropriate education, the funding needs to come from the state. The state does not believe that. But what I will say is that light at the end of the tunnel, it's not a light, it's another train. It's a natural that's going to hit us if we do not do tax increase, right? I believe that there's things we can do better in terms of the delivery of the budget, right? Because the budget is a political document, right? And we needed to get buy-in from a lot of constituents before we unveil the tax increase. I think that's the most important thing. And that's what we do it through our committee structure. There was no tax increase that was mentioned in our committee structure, right? So it's like, if we're really committed to transparency as a part of the strategic plan, if we're really committed to democratic participation, that we're gonna do it via the governance process, which I think you agree with. I think you fundamentally agree with that and probably believe in that as well. But I just think we sort of need to be more deliberate about the fact that we are not going to get the funding, the generous funding that we got from the state in previous years, right? The gravy train is over. We're not getting anything anymore. We have to figure out what's coming from the local level, and it requires leadership. And I think we're capable of doing that.
Any other comments from any other commissioners?
Yeah, just real quick, like to Shantae's point, like that forensic audit, like I just want to make sure that we, get that right as far as, because, media outlets take things and they go, so I just want to make sure that we kind of, get the verbiage right for that.
No, I think it's important that Vice President Webb and I did talk with Mr. Hassan earlier a little bit about an audit process where we dive into trying to figure out the impact on our district and how we can try, make an attempt at recouping some of those funds, because just doing it for one pilot is one thing, but finding out the impact of multiple pilots over a span of years is another thing. And then, to Mr. Hassan's point, yeah, right now, in what he's proposing us do an MOU for is tens of thousands, but that could potentially be the millions that could actually help. Whether it's 1 million, 2 million, or more than that, at the end of the day, it is something that can help. So I think that we do entertain the option of allowing the auditors that I do believe we have hired to some extent. We have auditors. They've done audits. So I believe that we rely on them and use them to actually go and do that audit. I obviously don't know how long it takes. I don't know the process, but I think that in the sense of being proactive, in the sense of making sure that we're communicating and being transparent, that we have the information that we need to make well-informed decisions and to move forward in a way where we know exactly what we need to do, or we try to figure out how we can get the funding that we need and advocate for what we need on multiple levels. And so just because we're of the mind and of the uncertainty that we may not have it, there's always that flip side that it may still be available to us. Like I said, the uncertainty is there around either option. The uncertainty is there every budget year we go into. And I think a lot of community members, a lot of elected officials, everybody, we got this president in office that has gotten in and started making all these cuts to everything, and now we're fearful that, and rightfully so, we're fearful that the funding is just gonna go away. Where I'm not of the mind that it's gonna go away completely, but to the point of many commissioners, then yes, we may not have that same type of funding going into next year. It may be lower, it may be the same, or prayerfully, it may be more, but I agree. I agree with you, and I think that we need to make sure that that's a resolution that we put on the table as well. So I feel like we're entertaining 2 resolutions at this point, or
We'll see.
3. I'm not sure at this point. But the first resolution would need to, the first resolution would really need to be the 2% or the 0%, because at this point, that's what we're discussing. And then I guess the next resolution would have to be about the pilots.
Anybody
The
else?
situation regarding the pilots. Somebody, you had something to say?
So I echo the sentiment of my commissioner, my fellow commissioner Andrews. I don't think a 0 to 2% increase is what we should entertain. Like, I think what was floated was like the 18%, 36%. I think that's where we need to be at. I think it needs to be more effective communication of what the tax increase means for everyone, right? That we're all in this together. And I think that doing the 0 to 2% is engaging the board in a political discussion about, right, why a tax increase isn't important for this coming election. Like, I think that, like, we all need to stand on business here for everyone, for our kids. And I think that we can communicate better about the tax increase, and we can do more work on our board, on our committees, right? about the 70s when we had tax flight, right? The public education system was directly behind. So I think that we can be clever and be a lot more deliberate about the way we do this, but it requires everybody to do work, right? And it requires everybody to understand how to read things.
So the budget process for this year, what we're entertaining right now, is already done, like we're here. So there's nothing that we can do more. We can't go out to the community right now and talk about the options. We can't have another preliminary budget hearing or do another budget presentation. We have to make a decision on how we're gonna move forward because that information needs to go to the county. So I hear what you're saying. The reality, though, is that what you're talking about the budget process for this year is done. We're having this conversation so that we can make a decision to move forward because we have to.
So I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move that a resolution be drafted to formally amend the preliminary budget to reflect the 0% tax levy increase with no increase to the current tax levy.
Is there a second?
Second.
Just a point of order. I think the appropriate way to do this first is the motion to rescind, the resolution of March 18th regarding the tentative 2025-26 budget, because that would have to be rescinded and then a motion put
So
forward.
let's do that.
Clarification.
So,
Did every commissioner know what they were voting on? Because everyone here voted on the 36% increase. That honestly feels like.
36%?
Did not know what 36% meant. Yeah, it was 36%.
I'm gonna be honest, I do believe that there was a misunderstanding around that number of 36% that you're referring to.
36% wasn't communicated that night.
If it was understood to you a certain way, all right, listen, point of order. If it was understood to you in that way, then that's fine. You voted your conscience and how you needed to vote.
I would like to clarify General Counsel's statement in terms of the rescission. I've already had communication with the county. I don't think it would be prudent to rescind it first. We would still need a revised resolution to send to the county, and today indeed is the deadline, because if tomorrow, whatever the county has in the homeroom budget software, tomorrow is what they will base our approval on, allowing us to fully publish our full budget in the paper, which is a statutory requirement. Tomorrow is the deadline for us to still be able to hit a target date. So I would need a revised, more so than a rescission, I would need to revise that resolution so that those resolutions could be sent to the
So
county.
what is the correct language for the motion that needs to be put on the floor?
What I heard Mr. Webb say was to revise it, and then everybody started talking, so.
Is that proper protocol to just revise one that's already
Well,
been
that's,
approved? I think you were asking us to
again, I don't know the conversations that were had with the county. So, this may require that we have to discuss, because I'm not sure of the conversations that were had, but there was a resolution that was voted on that dealt with one tentative budget, and now we're making a motion to potentially adopt a different one. So we have to address the prior resolution because it still is in effect.
Okay.
So,
Because the county received the budget packet based on the resolution that was provided, correct?
Correct.
so that one has to be rescinded before we,
It would have to, ultimately, that resolution would have to be rescinded if it is passed to modify. So I guess right now, there is a budget on file with the county, and we are in compliance.
Correct.
So perhaps the better order is to do the motion initially to adopt or to revise
It
to a
would be to
0%.
revise.
And if that passes, then a motion would be needed to invalidate the prior, or to rescind the prior.
Okay, so the
What was the
motion
deadline?
to rescind it would come second. Well, we would still have to do it tonight. The motion to rescind would come after the motion to revise.
Unfortunately, we would have to discuss this. I just don't have enough information to be clear on.
May I
So can
suggest a
we-
brief recess so this could be
Yes, we can
discussed?
recess to discuss this.
Make a
in
motion.
And
executive
it requires legal advice.
Yes, so I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session so that we can discuss this matter and the legal ramifications around the budget, preliminary budget.
So moved.
Second.
Who made that motion? I'm sorry, was that Commissioner Andrews?
Commissioner Webb,
No,
What?
Commissioner Andrews made the
Andrews?
motion to, for the recess?
It wasn't seconded.
It wasn't seconded.
It wasn't seconded, so it died on the floor.
So moved.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Andrews, seconded by Commissioner Vice President Webb to recess into executive session. You heard the motion, you ready for question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried.
so this is just regular executive session. We got to talk about the other legal stuff.
Yeah, if you want to reverse stuff, that's fine.
Because they might as well come in there. resume public session.
We was looking for the motion.
We need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to resume public session.
Second.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Smith and seconded by Commissioner Andrews that the board resume this meeting in public. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried.
All right, Mr. Hassan, you had a presentation.
Yes, ma'am. It's long.
Unfortunately. But go on ahead and get to it. Need the information. If you could get through it real quick, you get to bring your kid to work on Thursday. You could bring both of the twins.
So in tonight's presentation, I will be providing an update on district goals and also providing an update on the district's performance scorecard for the 23-24 school year, which will recently released. So we've already gone through our recognition this evening. Again, congratulations to our students, Julian, Brent, and Collins, police, for being recognized as some of the top performers in the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated Annual Stock Challenge. These students were 2 of 7 students who were recognized throughout the entire state of New Jersey. Another congratulations to our varsity cheerleading team for all of their hard work and dedication supporting our student athletes and representing the district during the 24-25 school year. Now I'll move on with our district goals update and also performance report. Starting with goal 1, which focuses on teaching and learning. This is really aligned with our goals and our ambitions to improve academic proficiency for our students on our NJSLA test. That is the state assessment, and our students are testing on the subjects of ELA and math. We set a very aggressive goal to have our district level targets of proficiency to be 45.8% in NJSLA and 45.8% ELA and 41.9% in math, as projected by the ESSA targets. I sent a memo to the board a few weeks ago informing the board that the ESSA targets have been modified for the state of New Jersey for all school districts. So the targets that the DOE has set for us are actually a lot lower than that. They went back and did a recalculation in that memo. Made a formal request that the board allow us to adopt those updated targets that have been presented and recalculated by the state of New Jersey. At this point in our school year, we have successfully completed 2 interim assessments, and those interim assessments are aligned to the New Jersey Student Learning Standards for both ELA and math. Our students have shown the following progress. These assessments test our students for their proficiency and mastery among standards that they have been introduced to during the school year. Students are expected to master these standards by the end of the school year. During the fall assessment for ELA, we got 18.3% of the students show proficiency. That has increased to 38% of our students showing proficiency after completing the winter assessment. For math, that number was 19%, increasing to 23%. You'll see on the next slide how that fares to what we did, how our students did for last year's NJSLA. Some of the next steps that we're taking as an organization after the completion of those 2 assessments, we're moving forward with preparing our students for the NJSLA. Some students will be receiving intensive supports. We're continuing to provide support through small group instruction and also rolling out our personalized learning plan. We always want to uplift our students and recognize them for their hard work and dedication. So as a part of that commitment, we are going to celebrate and acknowledge our students who perfect scores, our students who have exceeded the target, and also recognize the teachers who had a high percentage of students in their class. As far as experiential learning, you may have seen a recent press release that came out regarding our partnership with Barack Obama Charter School. In that partnership, we moved forward with our shared service agreement, which I mentioned earlier. That allowed us to utilize district buses to provide transportation for a field trip that they will. District received payment for providing those services. It's something that we've done with other organizations such as the YMCA when they needed to utilize district buses for transportation. Through that experience, we were able to partner and collaborate to develop an experiential learning experience for students, which we're going to take students across our middle schools for a trip to the bowling alley. But that trip is a math activity. So our students are going to the bowling alley, they're going to focus on statistics, ratios, fractions. We created the activities, the worksheets. We're just trying to find ways to make learning a little more fun and engaging for our students. I think it's important for us to create those experiences and provide opportunities outside of the classroom for our students. So I'll share that because that was the result of partnership and collaboration. The school leaders sharing ideas, figuring out that there are opportunities for us to learn from each other and create experiences. See here on this slide, this is a more in-depth breakdown across grade levels to show exactly where our students have performed on the interim assessment. You can see here that we've seen notable gains across every grade span as it relates to ELA. To the far left, you'll see what our students' performance was in the NJ SLA assessment that was delivered in the 2023-24 school year. So starting from the bottom and working our way up top, students in grade 3, 17% of those students, 17% of those students exceeded or met the cut score for NJSLA in 2024. The first assessment for grade 3 during this school year, we have 14% of the students hit that mark. That increased to 21% for the second interim assessment, showing a gain of 7%. We show a decline in grade 4, going from 23% to 13%. 5, we show an increase of 4% to 20% over the two assessments. Grade 6, 20% to 30%. Grade 7 making the largest gain, going from 5% proficiency of mastery during the first assessment to 48% in our second assessment. 8, students went from 18% on the first assessment to 33% on that second assessment. That showed that we are making some strides internally. And I think we'll talk on the future slides about some of the things we did on the front end to make the process more manageable and to make it make sense for our students. I want to highlight something. If you're looking and see that the text where it says the percentage of students scoring 65% or better, I want to highlight that and talk about it so there's no misunderstandings for that. When backwards mapping the NJSLA, students who pass or exceed that, meaning they hit the cut score of 750, on average, those students are answering roughly 60 to 65% of the test questions correctly. We have a consultant that's been working with our district this school year, and we were able to learn that by backwards mapping the assessment. So this idea that taking the NJSLA assessment is something that's well beyond the reach of our students, so passing or exceeding at the mark, it's not that. It really is as simple as having our students. Moving on to math, similarly here we show our students starting from grade 3 and working our way up. 10% of our students at that mark from assessment 1, 36% for assessment 2. Grade 4, 10% in assessment 1, 34% in assessment 2. For grade 5, we show 5% 5% for assessment 1, moving up to 15% for assessment 2. That is a grade span that we are watching. We're watching that grade span closely because even after the second interim assessment, our students in grade 5 are performing at the same level that they performed at last school year. We expect that to be a lot higher. For our students in grade 6, that number went from 10% to 27% over the 2 assessment periods. And our students in grade 7 saw an increase from 10% to 23%. In grade 8, that increase went from 9% to 23%. So during the course of the school year, for us, these are very solid gains. And again, we're not just looking at growth, we're looking at the proficiency of our assessment. As a part of the district's 5-year strategic plan, my administration has been tasked with developing an early warning dashboard to help us identify the needs of our students. This is a snapshot of the whole pie to show what we consider to be the percentage of students who are at risk of various categories. Green shows no risk, yellow shows minimal risk, and orange color shows moderate risk, with red showing extreme risk. You see that these numbers vary across our grade levels, but we do see the strongest performance from our students in grade 2 and grade 3, which is similar to what we saw in the previous slides for the interim 1 and interim 2 assessment. What goes into this early warning dashboard is not just the performance on our interim assessments. This calculates incidents that are reported, whether it's a matter of violence, harassment, intimidation, bullying. It also includes attendance for our students, other assessments that we may offer, such as HMA and also our ready score. But this is just a snapshot for the purpose of sharing this with the community. Our team members have received appropriate training to utilize this tool, and this tool will house the personalized learning plan that teachers will create for our students. Those will all be aligned to the standards that our students are expected to have. As an example, if students like Sean Hassan needed to have a personalized learning plan created to help support his growth and development in math, that plan would include a list of the standards, the math standards that Mr. Hassan, or that student Rashawn Hassan, should get supported. Teachers will have access to that document. The document can be shared across with multiple stakeholders. So if I'm the teacher and I have you for math, I'll have access to it. But if Mr. Johnson, as an example, is instructor who's leading the math club after school, he would also have access to it to make sure that we're aligned with how we're supporting our students. We were also tasked with curriculum realignment. This is one of the items listed in the 5-year strategic plan. This is a screenshot that shows our curriculum map and pacing guide for mathematics grade 3. You'll see on the far left, you will see a symbol or a letter, rather, that indicates the day of the week. The next column over, you will see the actual date. The next column over shows what day of the school year we will be on. And then to the right, it shows you the modules. So for here, we're talking about fractions. It also shows that in our curriculum map, students in grade 3 during the course of the school year, they have 26 instructional days that focus on fractions. It also shows the models and the units that should be addressed on those days. This information, one last thing, if you go to the far right, that's when you start to see the standards out of this. This information helps bring alignment to all of us as an organization. If we were to walk into a math classroom to do an observation, and this is a third grade math class, if I went into that classroom on March 11th, which was day 114, our expectation is that they would be focusing on fractions, and that there would be a module 4 is what we'll be focusing on, unit 4, lesson 24, session 2. Now, you have to also understand that there's a little give or take, because sometimes standards have to be reintroduced, they have to be taught, and that might cause a teacher to not necessarily be off track, but maybe they may be behind this particular schedule of days. That will cause the team to ask questions when they go into the classroom. We've done a realignment of all of these curriculum throughout our entire grade span for our students. And I think teachers now have a clear understanding of the path to move forward with. Continuing on with our interim goals, one of our strategies was to refine our PLCs to ensure that they are more effective. That target for us internally was to ensure that at least 80% of the PLCs are used bi-weekly. And the focus is to reduce student data, adjust instructional strategies, and also share best practices on subgroup performance. We leverage Monday. Monday is a day that we bargain for with PTA, teachers, stay after school on Mondays for staff meetings, etc. So not only have we built the PLCs into the daily schedules for our teachers, we've also set aside the second and third Monday of every month to be dedicated for PLC meetings, which also take place. I don't think you'll find a school district that has more time dedicated and allocated towards PLCs. And it's our job to make sure that they are actually being executed to the level that we expect them to. We increased the number of walkthroughs that we conduct in our organization. The walkthroughs are conducted by principals, assistant principals, content area supervisors. And it's very important that feedback be provided so that it's implemented by teachers, and we utilize that to track performance and to help our teachers ensure that they are making the necessary improvements. We already talked about our curriculum alignment review, but ELA and social studies curriculum, they are being aligned to our increased This strategy is currently in progress. So we are utilizing a protocol or methodology which is known as utilizing this methodology to assess the effectiveness of all programs that we offer. So after school programs, clubs, support with intervention teacher assistants, you name it. Our goal is to receive a return on investment of 30%, which is $1 for every dollar we push into that particular initiative. Any program or initiative that doesn't meet that mark, we will first attempt to do a redesign, and if that redesign is unsuccessful, we will make a decision as to whether or not we ownership that program to redirect those funds to other initiatives that are driving greater results for us. Moving on to goal 2, which focuses on our graduation and secondary success. We have a very aggressive goal for increasing our graduation rate. Find out with the targets as well. Right now, we're showing we have roughly 76% of our students graduate. We are continuing to students who get dropped out over the last few years, etc. But I think we're in pretty good shape to meet or exceed our target of roughly 77% last year. This is where the rubber really meets the road. There's some students who still need some additional support through credit recovery, etc. And we make those programs available. As it relates to our secondary plan development, this is a work in progress. This is something that we look to see, expect to see the needle move on this progressively during the course of the school year for our students who are developing and creating out their aligned to our 4E model. But we will assure that as we close out this school year, we will have 100% of our students having completed successful post-secondary plan which aligns to our 4E model. Moving on to our new enrollment and AP course participation. At this point in the school year, our expectation is to see at least 10% of our eligible students enrolled in the programs being AP course. While we still have another market period, there are opportunities for students to take enrollment courses. More courses have been rolled out for the spring. But our AP course participation, we can expect that to remain where it is at this point because those courses are that 19% is a huge gain in comparison to where we've been in prior school years, and it puts us on pace to hopefully catch up with the state of New Jersey, which hovers a little above 30%. Climate and culture goal. This goal has multiple components. The first is retaining 90%, maintaining a student attendance rate of 92% a year, and then also increasing our cultural indicators, positive cultural indicators by 25%, while reducing the number of violence and vandalism by 25%, as reported to the state. One of our strategies here has been to also ensure that our new teachers are paired with a mentor and check-ins through a formal mentor process. This is also one of the actions of the strategic plan, and we're very excited that we have provided this opportunity for our teachers. Relates to our culture and climate. We have implemented staff recognition programs. They've been implemented across the district. Here's an example of some of the recognition. Perfect attendance is constantly something that we encourage. We want to make sure that staff show up each and every day. But the employee highlights are really, really positive. It's easy to, I think, hustle and bustle of everything that goes on in education and all of the demand public education. Easy to not provide that moment of recognition, but it's important that we are intentional about it. We are looking to receive recommendations from employee highlights from staff members throughout the district. But we've also partnered with PEA to develop a protocol for an excellence award that we will make available to our staff members. They have to meet certain criteria. We'll be rolling out in the next month. Moving on to our attendance rate, our average daily attendance rate is 93%. However, we also know that we have a challenge of chronic absenteeism. And we do have corrective action plans that have been created for each of our schools district to help support us with decreasing our chronic absenteeism rates. Some of the district initiatives that we rolled out, we have kindness events, every week, and also the Walk in My Shoes campaign that we rolled out. Get them to be more empathetic and compassionate to circumstances of others. Here's a snapshot of the district's SDS reports year to date as reported to education. Total is 68. We are on track to meet our target of having a that we've had some HIV cases, 14 to date. And we've also rolled out programs and initiatives to just bring awareness to the impact of bullying. Community members and board members were able to attend the play that we had at Plainfield High School. Bullying is not cool. I think it was very impactful to see students like playing those roles, and we did something that I thought was special for our students. We reached out to students who have been impacted by bullying in the district, and we invited them and their families to be VIP guests for. I think that was something that they appreciated, the fact that we acknowledged circumstances of those students and take time to recognize them and let them know that we are. Moving on to community engagement. The goal here is to develop and implement a comprehensive communication plan. And also have a net promoter score of 20%. Our community members who are here and those who are listening at home, I encourage you all to use Let's Talk as our official platform for you to submit and access Let's Talk directly from the district's website. We are moving forward with the communication audit that is May 2025 with the expected date for corrective action. September 2025. Continue to work to establish new partnerships, and they pointed out highlight on the next page. page. As it relates to increasing community feedback and survey participation, we've been able to increase our engagement on surveys by 60%. We rolled out the results of our first survey that took place during the course of the school year. We've also developed corrective action plans internally to address those areas of concern from staff members, from students. Notably, we received a net promoter score of 8% from our parents. And that net promoter score question asked them how likely they were to recommend the services of Plainfield Public Schools. Our initial net promoter score of 15, that was related to the students' performance. But our customer score, CX score, as we call it, in our Let's Talk platform, increased from 5 to 8.9. Lastly, our growth and our engagement and contact with the youth. I want to thank our Office of Marketing and Communication for their hard work and dedication, rolling out our new communication platform, and that's Parent Square. Parent Square provides us with the opportunity to send out direct communication to our parents, students, staff members. Now have a 97% reach rate, meaning we've been able to successfully send communications to 7% of our families, our school communities, which I think is absolutely amazing. Send out the cardinal communication, the cardinal connection that goes out weekly. Fridays, that is our weekly newsletter, which highlights all of the amazing initiatives we have in place in our school district. I would encourage everyone to visit the district's website, subscribe to our newsletter. Our newsletter is sent out on a weekly basis to more than 18,000 people. We also have more than 3,000 individuals who engage with us. So you think about the universe and our ability to reach them, whatever platform or medium works for them. There is some work for us to do when it comes to printing communications, such as our newsletter that we're working on now to be mailed out. But that platform allows us, Parents Square allows us to send communications as emails. It allows us to send communications as text messages. And it allows us to communicate with individuals in the language that they prefer for us to communicate to them. So if I was receiving a message, I have the ability to choose which language is translated to. Even though we may send out that communication in English, if someone wanted to receive that communication in Arabic, when they receive that message, it will be transcribed in that particular language for them automatically. This tool helps us close the communication gap, which is really why we want to push as many of our community members to that tool as possible. Here are some of our metrics. Our recipients in our system is a little higher, so we have 22,000 social media recipients, community members, 1,000. We have 11,000 email users, 5,500 email users who are students, 3,221 app users, 2,092 text users, meaning that is their preferred method of communication from the district. I also like to highlight our website metrics. Redesign our district website in an effort to make it more user-friendly. I know that there's always room for opportunity and improvement. But I also want to just take a moment to highlight people are visiting our website, going to our website to look for information. As of today, from October, when our website launched to April, or from October to April, we had over 570,000 views and 1.7 million interactions with the district website. So the numbers don't lie when it comes to our school community and their interaction with us. Go on there to find out when spelling bee is going on. we're just going to check on the calendar for school lunch, right? So they know if they need to send to school with their child, or whether or not that's going to be a fan favorite one week. And there's opportunities for us to make improvements, and we'll certainly accept the feedback that we should. Just talking about partnerships, this past Saturday, it was a rainy Saturday. Weather wasn't the best, but our community members were the best. This here are just some photos from the Plainfield Family Festival that was hosted at Plainfield High School last Saturday. This event is one of the initiatives of our First Lady, Tammy Murphy. And this initiative has been going on in New Jersey for the last few years. Her office helps coordinate family festivals to connect community members with resources. And she and her team particularly target communities that have high rates of infant mortality. Plainfield, I think we kind of know what it was, but I think this was a great event, and we had hundreds, if not thousands, of community members receiving information, learning about resources that were provided, and it really showed what we can do as a community. And I'm excited that we have the opportunity to follow it up with our own event, which will be the second annual Carpenter Day. That's going to take place. We'll provide resources and also some entertainment and social awareness for our. This partnership, I want to take a moment to highlight that we've talked about this a few times. The relationship between our and City of Plainfield. I sent this as a memo to the board, so I want to take a moment to talk about it. We're not enemies, we're not adversaries. Our job is to make Plainfield public schools as competitive. However, we also realize that there are some opportunities to partner and to collaborate, particularly when we start to talk about things like shared services. There's one pot of money that funds public education here in the city of Plainfield. A piece of that is taken from the district charter schools. But then when you think about some of those services that a charter school may be paying for from another vendor, in our opinion, it makes sense to partner and collaborate with the district so that those funds can actually stay here. So as an example, if a charter school was doing a field trip, if I take that money and pay an outside vendor, and that money can come back here to Plainfield Public Schools to help us maintain the same fleet of buses that are used to transport all students throughout the city, throughout our school district. We've also talked about opportunities, work more collaboratively for professional development opportunities. We're using the same vendor. I think the example that we discussed was games. Tool that we use in the district. All of our organizations use that tool. We were bringing them in to do a district-wide training or professional development. We increase our purchasing power by working together to go in and secure that vendor as opposed to each of the. This is a direct connection to the previous conversation we had when we started off the board meeting tonight. Discussing ways for us to reduce costs, to create additional opportunities to keep revenue inside of the district. And I think it's been said on multiple times by various members of the board that at the end of the day, every child who is receiving an education that resides here in the city of Plainfield is a child that we want to see who set up for success. As the educational leaders, we have a great opportunity to do this. What it looks like, what this looks like in the total outcome would be collaboration compact that we would initiate between our various schools that discusses pretty clear tenets of what we would do. Make sure that there's equity, accountability, which is something that board members have echoed, discussing opportunities to collaborate and share services. This meeting, we look forward to a follow-up meeting on today, and I will keep the board updated. Moving on to finance operations, Group 5. Here we're looking to bring in an additional revenue of $1 million at least into currently ensure that we update all facilities in alignment with the approved 20-year capital maintenance and long-range facilities plan. I think we've done a very good job of enhancing our facilities. There's still some work we need to do to improve some of our techniques. We have some things that we presented in our proposed budget for the 2025. Right now, we brought in $250,000 in additional revenue that's been secured through grants. At this point, we have 65% of all of our board-approved capital projects completed. We conduct a quarterly review, confirming on-schedule performance. We want to ensure that projects are completed on time and budget. And lastly, this goal or strategy of implementing a grant writing team that will be fully operational with applications for funding opportunities. So this is something that is underway. We think have identified some opportunities, but there are also some grants that are now on hold. So I just want to be clear about what that looks like for us. It will be a tough road for us while these conversations are taking place nationally. Grant opportunities may dry up. It doesn't mean that we won't go out and try and put our best foot forward to get those opportunities. Now, moving on to the second part. Are there any questions on the first part? I'm trying to get through this. Questions? All right. 23-24 school performance reports. They have been made available, provided the update to parents, directing them to the Department of Education's website to review the district school performance report. So I have some information to share this evening. I'll keep it at a high level for this conversation. This slide really just speaks to what the school performance reports are, how they align with Every Student Succeeds Act, which is a federal requirement, and also the AJDOE's requirement for us as a school. In the school performance report, we have a detailed review, as well as a summary review. Not just the district, but for every school. These resources are also translated. This is the homepage of the school performance report. By clicking the green tab at the bottom, you can look at the state report. You can toggle between districts, or you can go. What kind of information do the school performance reports include? Those reports include school district overviews, demographic information, academic information, details about college and career readiness, graduation and post-secondary data points, school climate and environment, staff information, as well as school accountability, and also school narrative information. This slide highlights updates to the report, which include additional information on absenteeism. We also have information on whether or not current or former multilingual learners are earning the seal of biliteracy. Huge shout out to our district for having biliteracy during the 2020 year. We're going to make sure that we grow. The expansion to include visual and performing arts participation. It wasn't tracked previously. There's information on student disciplinary removals. There's a new high school persistence and a federal 6-year graduation rate. We went from having just 4-year graduation rates, 5 years, the state is now calculating 6-year graduation. Here are our student enrollment and demographic data points for our district. Our district has school increases and our student enrollment year over year. I want to be clear the difference of what you will see on the budget presentation versus the end of year number. The enrollment that is shared during the budget presentation, you will see for us this school year, it shows the enrollment as of October 15th. The reason we show that number is because that is typically what you use in factor into district's state aid that we receive. That is roughly an average of. See our demographics here. We show an increase in a pretty steep increase, I would say, for our students who fall in the category of economic years, our percentage of, I would say multilingual learners, that is the correct term, use, has increased by a little over 4%. But we have been consistent in terms of the number of students. Moving on to our student growth overview, the state monitors our student growth percentiles and to ensure that we meet that target of 40% range for our student growth percentile numbers. These are our results for the district. We've seen a slight decrease on the ELA side, slight on the map, but we have still met our targets for student growth percentile. Now moving on to our NJSLA and NJGPA assessment. Our proficiency rates are as follows. For NJ SLA on the ELA side, the district had lower than the state at 52%. At that proficiency rate was 17%. Lower than the state's average. Our participation rates on these assessments continue to increase, which is good, but we also have to show stronger outcomes for national, even though we are showing that increase in participation. Moving on to our graduation rates and pathways. There, you'll see on the slide that there is a difference between the state's calculation and federal calculation. I believe the federal calculation does not include some of the accommodations we receive in New Jersey. Our graduation rate has increased. Closed out the 2022 school year at 72.2%. Saw a decline in the graduation rate, 77.1% of the 2024 cohort. 5-year graduation rate trends are declining for us, and we do want to see a decline, but we want to see our students graduate in 4 years and not necessarily 5. And you see on the bottom where our district is currently performing as it relates to the state. This snapshot here gives us a comparison of the district as it relates to where we stand with our graduation rate at the federal level. Here's the district's trajectory. Saw a slight decrease in the 22-23 school year, 23-24. So we are continuing to ensure that we're providing much support. There are some things that I want to bring to the forefront now that likely to impact chronic absenteeism. I think we're all aware of the population that we in our community. Also are aware of a lot of the concerns and fears that families have. Some families who outright state that they've been afraid to bring their children to school, etc. We're still responsible for those risks. With that, I believe that impact will disproportionately affect communities like ours. It shows our chronic absenteeism, but it gives us a breakdown of chronic absenteeism. We do notice higher rates at the lower levels of kindergarten and pre-K. A large part of that is, in some instances, not all, but some parents having challenges, but also not seeing pre-K or kindergarten space the same way they see. opportunity to really educate parents about the importance of bringing the children to school each and every day. As we move forward, those rates really remain constant or consistent, 23% until we hit high school. I think we all kind of know what happens when students hit high school. Attendance, students are making the decisions on their own about getting to and from school. And I think there, again, is another opportunity for us here to really work with our students to stress the importance of remaining in school and showing up. Moving forward to our statewide teacher demographic data, you can see here what those numbers look like for the state. In the state of New Jersey, 81.8% of all teachers are white, 8.6% are Hispanic, 6.4% are African American, 2.5% are Asian, 0.4% Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander, 0.1% American Indian or Alaska Native, and 0.3% reported two or more races. You also see to the right-hand side those same demographic rates for students throughout the state. I think something is very glaring when we have conversations about representation, specific ethnic groups, and having students see someone who reflects them in the classroom. It shows that those numbers are very off at the state level. There's room for improvements there. Now, as we move forward to our school district, I have some similarities, but I think we are doing a better job at having more diverse teaching staff. 38.8% of our teachers are white, 24.9% are Hispanic, 30.4% of Black American, 5.4% Asian, 0% Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, 0.3% American Indian or Black, 0.2% reported children. I think those numbers show that overall we have a little more diversity in our district, but it also does show that there's some opportunity. Don't want to negate the fact that regardless of a person's ethnicity, etc., the most important thing is that they are high-quality instructors. And so we'll continue through our recruitment efforts to target, recruit, and retain the best. Moving on to our college and career readiness. Percentage of 12th graders who taking the ACT during the school year, 29.5% compared to 62.7%. 0.9% for ACT compared to 7.4%. Percentage of our students who were enrolled in learning more advanced placement courses. Percentage of students enrolled in dual enrollment coursework is at 9.9 compared to the state at 26.9. Our percentage of CTE concentrators at 1%, just slightly below the state at 10.4. Percentage of students who are earning industry value credentials for us at the district state level is 2.2%. The percentage of 12th graders who earn a skill of biliteracy in our school district, that rate is 8.3%. Moving on to student safety in the district. I'm very proud of the work that our team has done in the last few years, enhancing our safety and security protocols, investing in the appropriate equipment and technology to make our schools safe. So when you look at our comparison, see where we rate as a school district in the 23-24 school year. I want to highlight the district's incidence per 100. By the state level, these are averages. That number is 2.35. That means for every 100 students in the district, on the state level, there was. However, in our district, that number is 1.09. We should really, really be proud of that. As a contrary to what people have said over time, Plainfield Public Schools are not dangerous. Our schools are safe, nurturing environments. Our early childhood education in the district, this shows our enrollment trends. We've seen an uptick every year as it relates to the number of students. We are here as a school district, we're ready to serve. Happy to hear Governor Murphy's push to ensure that we're providing these opportunities for students. However, there is opportunity for us to improve some of our work that we've done with our marketing. I think some of our community members, Carmen, I want to thank coming in to meet with me and my team members to talk about some of the gaps that exist. The opportunities, I think, for us to establish a greater partnership with some of our businesses, help them also share the message about why pre-K is important for us, and particularly that it's free right here in the city of Plainfield. I also think that there is an opportunity for us to establish partnerships and also with doulas, right, to provide information early, right? So if someone is given a family, mother is giving birth in the city of Plainfield and they reside here, we should be front and center and be in a position to give them all the information they need, preschool education and what's provided, because once a child is born, they hit preschool age at 3. That time goes by like that, and I can tell you for my position as a parent, when my children were born, I was already thinking about what's the next move, when are we going to get them to school, start looking at opportunities, even though they were just born. That time really goes by quickly, and I think that having that information up front as early as possible can help our parents understand that they can be placed into our pipeline and know that the resources and the connections are relevant to them. Full day kindergarten, we saw a slight decrease there, and parents, if you are enrolled in our pre-K programs, you are going to be auto-enrolled in our kindergarten. And that's our job to make sure that we keep you and retain you. We've been doing that for the last 3 years, and we'll continue to do that. Supports and services. This shows the staff ratios here in our organization. There's some large ratios that are here. I want to address those. Students to librarian/media specialist, that is a very, very difficult position to fill. We don't have many librarians, media specialists, but we do our best to make sure that we leverage technology teachers, et cetera, to provide the support that students need. We've already addressed this ratio with our nurses, so in 23-24 school year, that was a very high ratio, but with the board support, we were actually able to hire district. Those ratios are a lot lower now. Our students to counselors, our professional school counselor ratio, this state level is being calculated here to show our professional school counselors across grades K to 12. Professional school counselors at this present time in our district support students at the secondary level, meaning grades 6 to 12. Ratio of professional school counselor to student is 1 to 150 across grades 6 to 12. That ratio is one of the lowest ratios that you will see. Students to psychologists, that is another hard to staff role for school districts. So we use a lot outside services and vendors that we contract with. The last piece is students to substance awareness courses. That support is primarily provided usually at the secondary level. So I think when you see that number, it's a little misleading because you wouldn't necessarily have substance awareness courses, elementary school, talking kindergarten. And the same thing applies to our students. Additionally, that is the individual who holds that title is the person who oversees all of it. But we don't just have one, we at least 2 in our school district that have that. Our schools, here's a list of the schools that are currently as turnaround schools. And as a part of the attachment agenda under the superintendent section, there are individual reports for the most recent performance cycle for each of our status turnaround schools, also referred to as status. We did not have any schools go into classified as schools. Let's have our 6 schools that were 5 school years, and we're working very hard to get those particular status. Results, as you will see when you look at those reports, they're very promising. Now, I can stand here today and just say, this individual recently completed our walkthroughs for all of our schools. The results that we're seeing at Barlow Elementary School this year, Mr. Aponte has stepped up to the challenge. We've had some difficult conversations during the course of the school year, but great conversations. Sometimes we have to have those conversations, right? So we have that alignment, but he has stepped up and his team behind him, we're behind them, and they're doing great work at Barlow, and we really expect them and the rest of our schools to be out of this. Shout out to the rest of the team members, but I just kind of shout that out because we were last. Here on this slide, it really just talks about how the schools are identified to be turnaround schools. This is the criteria: academic achievement, academic progress, graduation, which would apply to high schools, progress towards English language proficiency, quality student success. Then we do targeted support combination. Next. Because we don't have new schools identified, but we do use the annual school plan, all schools, whether they are. Use that model because it allows us to be in alignment with the Department of Education, and it gives us a framework and a framework for monitoring and tracking progress. We'll have representatives from the Department of Education meeting with all principals on Thursday of this week to discuss the expectations for the annual school plan. Parents, you can reach out to your school or school district and utilize Let's Talk. There's also a stakeholder engagement guide, which is located in the DOE website. So, I love the fact that you included Barlow in the conversation. So, as other commissioners have cited in going to different conferences, one of the conferences that really inspired me was how we can turn around high poverty districts and really work to. So really excited to hear about Barlow. Do you know when we can expect results on the improved numbers? So I think after we go through the third performance cycle, we'll have that. The state will be coming in and close out. Performance cycle, we've even aligned the district's performance cycles to the state. Those performance cycles are November 15th, February 15th, and April 15th. So we're right at that mark of closing out. Third performance cycle and going into the conversation. Overall performance and with change. I will ensure that we have more in-depth information. we've done something in Plainfield Public Schools, I'm not sure. As a result of the school district need a comprehensive support as one of the statuses, that would be max in Plainfield High School. Those schools are required to have executive coaching for the principals and assistant principals. We've been providing coaching initially, more structured coaching for all principals and assistant principals. We work with student education. They provide coaching, leadership, and executive coaching. Myself, my cabinet, executive leadership team, cabinet, also the entire district administration. Turnaround school as well. I think with that, it's helped give us that alignment, get everyone on the same page. 2 years ago, when goals were being developed, the goals that were being developed at the school level didn't align with goals that were being developed at the district level. You literally walk into a school to have a conversation with the principal. The principal could be talking about how well they did and made their targets, but we were nowhere near making that target at the district level because there really wasn't that alignment. There wasn't a coherent conversation or discussion taking place about that. Now, I feel really good about where we are. We have implemented continuous improvement cycles, like constantly talking about data, what's working, what's not working, do we adjust, do we abandon, do we adopt something new? We had to go through a process of learning that. Part of a cultural shift in the organization. Right there, it feels different. And I know that we're headed in the right direction. Any other questions? Very much.
No. Thank you. You're too kind.
All right. So, where we at? Okay. Before we move on, I want to, give me 1 second. Entertain a motion or make a motion. Entertain a motion to walk on resolutions for 2 things. For the board to authorize our auditors to do a comprehensive audit and analysis with regard to the pilot, and to authorize Mr. Hassan to request for direct payments with regard to the approved pilot agreements based on his memorandum that he sent to the board. 2 separate resolutions that I want to walk on. So, Mr. Cox, I don't know. Okay.
I drafted the pilot resolution. Is the language
It's
just
locked,
locked?
yeah,
So,
okay. And I talked with the
I'll
board's
unlock
counsel about the language for the other one, so she could send it to Mr. Cox. You could send him I mean, obviously pending approval from the board, but.
I just unlocked it. I got to refresh. You just got to refresh.
Okay,
now.
and Miss,
I'm sending right now.
she's sending you the other one. Yeah, we have to make sure the link for the one that Vic was talking about, I'm not sure. That's not what I'm talking about right
Okay.
here, but it's- we need to make sure, yeah.
So you want me to read the resolution for the first one from Mr. Hassan first?
Which
While y'all
one?
work that up.
No, she sent it to you.
I just, for the auditor.
So you can read both of them.
Gotcha.
And then we need to work out the other one.
So the walk-on items, we'll start first with the one under the Office of the Superintendent. It's request for direct pilot payments from the City of Plainfield to the Plainfield Public School District. Whereas the Plainfield Board of Education is committed to securing equitable financial resources to ensure the highest quality of education for all students within the Plainfield Public School District. And whereas, under the long-term tax exemption law, NJSA 40A:20-1 et sequence, municipalities may enter into payments in lieu of taxes or pilot agreements with developers to stimulate redevelopment in designated areas. And whereas, pursuant to these agreements, municipalities receive annual service charge from developers in lieu of traditional property taxes, with a required 5% remitted to the county and no statutory allocation to the school district. And whereas pilot agreements reduce the local property tax base by excluding the value of the pilot-covered properties from the municipality's net taxable valuation during the life of the agreement, thereby preventing the Plainfield Public Schools from receiving any school tax revenue from these properties, And whereas the loss of property tax revenue attributed to the pilots may adversely impact the calculation of the school district's local fair share under the School Funding Reform Act, SFRA, resulting in a heavier reliance on state aid and potential fiscal burden on non-abated taxpayers. And whereas, in the best interest of the students and taxpayers of Plainfield, that the Plainfield Public School District receive a proportionate share of pilot revenues to offset this impact and support educational programming. And whereas, a fair and transparent method of calculating such contribution would be applied to the district's annual tax rate to the total annual pilot payments made to the municipality. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Plainfield Board of Education respectfully requests that the City of Plainfield remit to the Plainfield Public School District an annual payment equal to the total annual pilot payment multiplied by the school district's tax rate for the fiscal year, for example, 2.14 for fiscal year 24-25. And be it further resolved that the board directs the superintendent to formally communicate this request to the mayor and city council of Plainfield to initiate further discussion towards an intergovernmental agreement or memorandum of understanding that supports the recommendations. And be it further resolved that the board urges continued collaboration and transparency between the City of Plainfield and the Plainfield Board of Education in all matters involving redevelopment initiatives and pilot agreements to ensure that the interests of the city's public school students are fully represented and protected. This will be walk-on item number 3 under the Office of the Superintendent as an actionable item for the board.
Point of clarification, how much would pilot payments remit back to the district?
So I think to answer that question succinctly, Commissioner Gray, we would first have to know the full extent, under this resolution, the full extent of pilots in a given year, and then multiply it by the tax rate. So do.
What we got, I'm just clarifying, what we received was that the payment was somewhere around $45,000, which is not enough in order to close the gap that we have.
So I believe you're talking about the $40,000 that Mr. Hassan spoke on previously, which was from a much older pilot agreement where the city did pay a portion of it. It was not an ongoing thing, which is, I believe, the aim of this resolution, to make it an ongoing thing, that whenever the city has a pilot, a multiplied tax rate proportion would come to the school district.
Can you define how much will be remitted back to the district?
We don't have that number.
Because my
So-
understanding is that the pilots are no longer, we've basically given out all the pilots that we possibly get. So I'm just
Clarify your intent.
So I'm confused, I gotta be honest. There have been multiple discussions about this, and I believe my feedback to the board has been, what's the ask, right? And I was asked at the last finance committee meeting, right, to put together a recommendation of what could be utilized as the ask to at least start conversations, because at this point there's just been a lot of discussion, but no formal ask has been made. To answer your question about what that universe looks like, we have to do a full analysis on it. Now, I provided an example that showed, if there was a pilot program that was worth $20 million, right? And that was a small number, that was your response. Like the 42,000, that's very small. It is, but when you look at it as a request to receive an annual payment for the life of the pilot, that adds up, right? So that was the request. And that is, to my understanding, based on advice from prior council and the memo they drafted regarding the impact of pilots. I believe that is similar to what like the county will receive. They just call it a service charge, if you will. I'm not saying that what I propose is the best, and I don't think there's a model or an example of what that is, because from my understanding, we would be the first school district to be able to make such an agreement if we're successful with this.
Right.
So if you have any feedback or recommendations or any changes.
Right. No, so my recommendation is that, and I think it's like renting and owning, right? So asking for money is the equivalent of renting, right? I don't want to rent. I own a home here. I want space for our burgeoning student population, right? So if we ask for space, do we not have the ability to own that space, right? Is it possible to ask for space in addition to asking for payments, right? If we're gonna do that, let's just go all the way. Ask for space that we need for our district.
So are you recommending to add additional language to the resolution that includes that?
To include space. Let's own and rent. Is the board opposed to that? Do we not need space?
We do, but and then lies the question of what space. The space is already owned and occupied by the developers who have the pilots. So how do you think we're gonna own that space if they already have it, unless they're gonna
The
sell it to
developers,
us?
instead of giving us a payment, we just basically ask them to develop the space for us.
But we can't have that conversation if we're not at the table.
I thought we were at the table, we had a board liaison.
No, the board liaison doesn't give us anything. The memorandum of agreement would give us that position, and that's
This is
something
how
that
we enter into our conversation about the pilots, by way of having Mr. Hassan do this act. And if we're successful, then we can proceed with those particular conversations. I don't think the MOU or this resolution is outlining any of the particulars, but it's given us a chance to have a direct act of the city of Plainfield, so that now we can communicate regarding this impact that it has on our district.
I think that's a good prima facie argument to move forward. I like it.
Mr. Cox?
Second resolution, is a resolution authorizing a comprehensive audit of pilot programs. It'll be walk-on item under business operations, number 13. Whereas the Plainfield Board of Education recognizes the importance of ensuring financial transparency and accountability in all sources of revenue impacting the district, and whereas the district seeks to ensure that all payments in lieu of taxes or pilot agreements executed by the city of Plainfield are in compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are administered in a manner that maximizes the revenue for the benefit of the students and taxpayers of the district. And whereas the board deems it necessary to appropriate and conduct a thorough independent review of the city of Plainfield's pilot agreements over the past 10 years, including an analysis of enrollment trends and the financial impact of charter school growth on district funding. Now therefore be it resolved, the Plainfield Board of Education hereby authorizes the district's auditor to conduct a comprehensive 10-year audit of the City of Plainfield's pilot program to include a full review of all pilot agreements entered into or maintained by the City of Plainfield from 2015 to 2025 that have a potential or realized fiscal impact on the Plainfield Public School District. 2, an analysis of financial implications of these agreements on the district's funding, including but not limited to the revenue lost or uncollected. Number 3, a study of enrollment trends and the impact of charter school expansion on the district's financial health over this period. Number 4, recommendations, if applicable, for recovering potential lost revenue and ensuring future compliance with statutory fiscal obligations. Number 5, a collaboration with appropriate city officials and legal counsel as necessary to assess and analyze relevant data and documentation. Be it therefore further resolved that the superintendent of school and the school business administrator are authorized to provide the auditor with all the information and resources necessary to fulfill this directive and to report the findings of the audit to the board upon completion.
Right. Now, yeah, can you explain how we do that again for the public? What we, which one? For the one that Commissioner Webb was referring to.
Yeah, I need to revise it, make a motion to revise, right?
Yes, you can make a motion.
So I'd like to make a motion. And I would like to move to revise the preliminary budget that was submitted on March 18th to reflect the 0% tax levy increase with no increase to the current tax levy.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Vice President Webb and seconded by Commissioner Smith that the board revise the preliminary budget submitted to the county to reflect the 0% increase. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, I'll call the roll on this one. Commissioner Vice President Webb?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Andrews?
No.
Commissioner Gray?
No.
Commissioner Dr. Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hembry?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson? No. Commissioner Malone? No. Commissioner President Wyatt?
Yes.
5 yeses, 4 noes. There'll be need to be a revision. I did prepare, in light of the constant communication surrounding this, budgetary reductions, which delay some items to future budgetary years, which would allow for a scenario where there is a 0% increase on the tax levy, as well as maintaining, as directed, maintaining the withdrawals from both capital and maintenance reserves as was initially submitted, during the preliminary budget. If you give me a few seconds, I can read what that those adjusted budget numbers would be. So I have those resolutions prepared. I can move the resolutions over if you just give me a couple of seconds. Couple minutes, excuse me.
Is it possible in the interim we could discuss what the cuts would look like and what's going to be affected by the cuts?
We had that discussion earlier.
We can have discussion in the public, Madam President. What's going to be cut?
Discussion in the public earlier.
No, let's have the discussion on what the cuts mean with a 0% tax increase. What's going to get cut, guys?
Relax, relax.
Because my daughter relies on special education
Okay,
here.
you're not the only
So
person that
what's
has a
going to get
daughter that
cut?
relies on special education.
Yeah, so
We have an
explain
entire
what's going to
district
get
of
cut.
students.
You wanted the title, now lead.
So. Does anybody else have any discussion? Thank you. Yeah. We could do that now while he had me, actually. Well, we gotta wait to comment. It's 10:57. It's time to go. It's gonna be what it's gonna be.
We did a recess? No, just, okay, so now we're gonna do a recess.
Definitely need one.
I'm sorry, can we acknowledge what we're waiting for? I think
We're waiting for
everyone,
the resolution.
to be moved.
added.
Okay.
Mhm. Then we have to go into public comment.
Still got one? I still got one.
Students.
Where they at?
I thought they
They was waiting for a ride? Where they at? They outside. Oh, I didn't know they were still here.
should. The problem.
We're waiting for stuff to be moved over.
Right this second, so I can read all of it into the record. Understood.
Right.
He did.
Madam President, I have the resolutions prepared now, available to be viewed by the public. There'll be walk-ons items number 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 under business operations. Number 14 is the tentative 25-26 budget, for the fiscal year 25-26, to include a general fund budget of $327,927,388, special revenues totaling $33,833,478, debt services $3,004,050, total base budget of $364,764,916. Of that wit, to include a $26,018,540 in tax levy, which maintains a 0% increase, debt services in the amount of $1,125,328, for a total revenue in tax levy of $27,143,868. Number 15, as a part of our budget, after speaking with the county, we have a corrective action plan. The corrective action plan for us is relative to not having 90% participation in the program and meeting the projected revenues by not having that 90% participation. The revised necessary travel-related reimbursement, which was a part of the budgetary cuts identified, that did a flat funding, close to a flat funding for total travel, actually is a slight reduction in travel for the year of 25-26. The capital reserve withdrawal is maintained at $1,100,000 as previously submitted in the budget, and the maintenance reserve withdrawal is maintained at $1 million as previously submitted with the first budget. But I did add that as a part of the totality of resolutions, as they need to be submitted to the county upon ratification this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. We can now move on to public comment.
Make a motion to open public comment.
Do we have a second?
Properly moved by Commissioner Vice President Webb and seconded by Commissioner Malone, that the board now open up public comment at this time. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right? Motion carried. I'll read the public comment statement before we get started. At business meetings, privilege of the floor will be provided for 30 minutes to the public prior to the voting of committee reports. Members in the public in attendance will have the opportunity to raise concerns during this period of the meeting. Members of the public may speak once for a maximum period of 3 minutes. This time is not transferable from one individual to another. Privilege of the floor is now open.
All right,
Good
we have
evening.
somebody up front.
Good
Good evening.
Wilma Campbell, 1404 Highland Avenue. Just going over what just happened. During the meeting, I think there's a lot of exclusion to the public. We're sitting here wondering what's going on with no explanation given to us as to exactly what is happening. And a big part of the problem is the fact that we don't have copies of the agenda, like hard copies. I know that we are in a digital age, and that's fine, but there are some people who still rely on hard copies. I'm one of them. So to be at the meeting, not to have something to look at, to refer to, is a handicap. I was able to look at someone's digital copy, and one of the things I believe it's on the agenda for a policy change regarding I think it's R1, regarding, let me see where it is, the disclosure on the Oprah requests. It has something to do with Oprah requests, and limiting the information that the public can access regarding sales, purchases that the district makes. Well, first of all, that's public information, and to restrict the public from viewing it, I think I'm not sure that you're clear on what the process should be. I believe it's on sales or purchases that the district would make on real estate matters. That's just public information anyway. So why you would have a policy to say that the public cannot view those kinds of documents is just not clear to me.
Do you have more questions?
Will that question be answered?
We would need you to finish your questions. I'm looking into that now, but you can finish your question.
The other issue is the presentation of the budget. The discussion I heard really was not clear to me exactly what we're talking about with the zero, I think it was a zero budget, zero something increase. Thank you. Zero increase in taxes, and what that reflects in terms of how cuts or changes are going to be made to the budget. I think the public is entitled to know exactly what we're doing with this budget. There was a lot of discussion about it the past few weeks, and we deserve to know exactly what the cuts are, and if there are cuts. That'll be the end of my questions, because I don't have all my notes together.
Thank you. So the policy that you're referring to was, and I'm just going to clarify this for the public, this policy that you were referring to were updates mandated by the state. So we can give you further clarification based on those specifics of that update. We can contact you and give it to you via email.
I've been told that before. I hope that I do get
We'll make sure you get it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next up.
Good evening. My name is Keisha Gay Pinado. I live at 830 Adams Circle. The last meeting we were at, there was a lot of people here talking about their dissatisfaction with the budget, with the tax increase. And now here we have nobody. Interesting. Anyway, I have a problem with that because people only seem to come out when it's directly affecting them, and no one think about the little people that is in need of us taking care of them. So at some point, it feels like we're failing our children. The reason I'm up here tonight is because I definitely do not agree that we should have a zero tax increase. I think that is going to negatively affect all of us in the long run. And I work with the most vulnerable population that is in need of the most services. And I really do not wish to see my poor babies not have the service they need because adults make decisions for adults instead of making decisions for our children. And I'm very passionate about this because I'm there every day seeing what my children need and seeing what they are getting from what we have, and knowing that even with all the support that they receive, they still need more. And for us to go and sit here and have a discussion about them not having budget cuts, I can't run my classroom without the aid of the support staff that's there to take care of my children, from the counselors to the teacher assistants to the OT to the like, my children need these things. And when you put cuts in, it's going to directly affect those babies that are the most vulnerable and in need of everything. So I hope that when we're thinking about not having, whether it's a 2% or 6%, I have no idea what's the best service, but I know what the superintendent asked for is we at least need to meet the 4.5 million. I hope you guys really think about how can we get there without first going into a reserve, because that doesn't make sense because we have no way to replenish it, and figuring out how to make sure that you're giving all our children what they need and not just thinking about how it affects adults, okay? So I hope you guys, whatever decision you are making, which I'm totally in disagreement with this 0%, that you go back and you really think about how is this going to affect these poor babies when you have all these cuts? And how is it going to affect the citizens of Plainfield who work in the school district if we have to cut their jobs? Because that's going to affect us anyway. So I hope you guys really, really think about these things that might affect us all as a city. And make sure that these children get really be the person who steps into the arena and make the decision that nobody likes. Be the person who steps into the arena and be brave enough to be okay with people not liking who you are. Be the person in the arena who's brave enough to make sure that you're there for our children, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else in the public?
Good afternoon, or I should say good evening.
Good evening.
Keith Costin, Jr., President of the Plainfield Education Association. I sat in the back of that room tonight and really was torn about whether to get up at this microphone, because I know how some of the headlines might play out, that the PEA president, who does not live in this town, is going to get up and say what should be done with taxes. However, I am a product of this town. I am a product of this public school system. And I am here because I represent 1,318 staff members in this town. You hired a superintendent as an expert on what to do and how to move Plainfield Public Schools forward. And the expert in the room told you that the bottom will fall out if we do this. So today, we are kicking the can down the road for the bottom to fall out next school year. We are kicking the can down the road with a president who has all but said he's coming for us. We're kicking the can down the road with a governor's election coming up and not knowing which side they're going to be on with education, if we're going to be flat funded, if they're going to cut money, if we're going to get more money or not. And we don't know what's going to happen. And the expert in the room has said the bottom is going to fall out. I have to go and look in people's faces tomorrow and tell them the people who are elected to make the decisions just said, let the bottom fall out. That is not a good feeling. I get it. I understand. Raising taxes, I get it. We're all living paycheck to paycheck at some point. But if the expert in the room is telling you that this is going to make the situation worse and that we don't have a way to replenish what we have, what are we going to do? How are we going to move forward? We had months and months of strategic planning on how we can move the district forward, and now here we are making a decision to say, oh, just let it fall apart next year and we'll try to figure it out. That is not acceptable. And so I'm telling you to expect the same way that you all said, oh, I spoke to the members in this town, I'm expecting you to speak to the same individuals who are going to be on the chopping block. And I'm asking you to share that information just as it's been asked today, so that these people aren't wondering what they have to do. What job will they or won't they have? And if this will be East Orange next school year. Because those are the questions I'm fielding from my phone at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in public?
Hi, good evening. Wow, this is a really tall podium, and I am a very short person. I'm
Good
gonna go up
evening.
on my tippy toes. Laura Miranda Brown, 1345 Highland Avenue. First of all, I want to state that Mrs. Campbell was reading off of my computer, and the policy that she is referencing, specifically on the top, says that it is monitored and other reasons. It does not say that it is mandated. And I think that her point is that these are publicly available real estate transactions, and to include publicly available real estate transactional information in a district records and reports policy indicating that that information would be confidential is kind of silly, should be amended and should be fixed. This is a first reading. You have an opportunity to fix it. That's first. Second, you all got a lot of pushback, deservedly so, for such a large tax increase. And then you came forward and changes were made. You all presented a different version of that budget. You said, okay, we'll hold off on this ramp building project here, we'll change tack here, we'll make some changes. And I'm a member of this community too. My children go to this school in this building. I am here every month. I'm sure you're tired of seeing me. You didn't really hear people complaining after the revised budget. People heard you all. There's certainly always going to be pushback. There's always going to be questions of how you're spending money. How is it that when I started coming to these meetings in 2017, our budget was like $240 million. Now we're at $326 million. That's an incredible increase. That didn't happen on the local tax levy. That's on state aid. Where did we allocate that aid? I'm not sure. We're never given a line-by-line budget in the public. We're always presented with this simplified, easy-to-use reader manual. I don't want that. You know, we're all adults. We can all look at spreadsheets. We can all understand numbers. And if you provide this information to the public in a reasonable time frame, people can look at it. I haven't seen line-by-line numbers. I have heard numbers. For example, this evening, one of the resolutions, which as always will be passed via consent agenda, which again, to Mrs. Campbell's point, is very difficult for the public to follow because it requires us to bring our computers to see what you all are doing, and you vote once on everything, all at once. That's not transparent and that's not open. So on tonight's agenda, you're gonna have $1 million plus for the pool. I've been hearing about this pool for years. The pool continues to need more and more. Do I think our students deserve a pool? Yes. Do I think that this pool is now made of gold? Also yes. Another $1 million. You are telling us you are gonna cut funding. You're not telling us where. You're not telling us who's gonna get cut. You now have teachers worried. I'm worried for my kids. I'm worried for all of our kids. Because the very people we need in our schools every day are the people who are teaching our kids to read and write. And that the information we got tonight is that they are not reading and writing.
Ma'am, that is your time.
Motion to extend.
our time.
Second. It's been properly moved by Commissioner Gray and seconded by Commissioner Malone to extend Mrs. Laura Miranda Brown's time. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor? All opposed? Go ahead, ma'am.
Thanks. I am delighted that our students are getting better. And I don't expect kids to be able to immediately increase their proficiency in anything immediately either. That's not reasonable, they're humans. But we cannot be patting ourselves on the back that 85% of our students can't pass a test and the pass rate is a 65. Like, that's just not okay. Our students are capable, they are smart. I come into the school, the students are engaged and they are interested. We are failing them. We are not expecting everything that we should expect of them. And that's a failure of adults, that's a failure of leadership. Please reconsider your votes. A 0% increase seems silly. You all put forward a massive increase, you heard your community, you made changes. There's no reason to cut off your nose to spite your face at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick, do we have anybody online? Do we have anybody online? We have 2 people so far. All right, do we have anybody else in the public before we go Okay, you can cue them up, please. Laura, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
We can't really hear you. Maybe turn your volume up some?
Can you hear me now?
Not really. Nick, is there a way that we can turn the volume up? Try now.
Can you hear me?
It's on your end.
My district-based computer is turned up.
I still don't know. One more time, can you try?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay. Lori Davis, 15 Raymond Avenue, Plainfield, New Jersey. As a proud Plainfield homeowner and employee of Plainfield Public Schools for over 20 years, I support Superintendent Hassan's budget proposal, the last one that he did, and the same as I support his strategic plan. I understood as a homeowner a fraction of my property taxes support the school district, and I applaud the fact that there has been no ask of an increase in 6 years. I was physically at the meeting, but it went too long and I had to come home to be with my children. Having been here for over 20 years, I can attest to the years when annual requests were made by former superintendents and approved by former board members, in which I and a few others spoke at the mic regarding the continuous need to request additional funds. I also understand as an employee the hard work and dedication it takes to create a plan, secure funds, implement, and reflect on the progress. Make no mistake, Plainfield Public Schools are making progress. Our Board of Commissioners' only employee is the superintendent, and when they approved his strategic plan for 2023 through 2028, I am certain many questions were asked and many items were discussed prior to the vote of yes. We are living in a time where many areas of our budgets have increased. Homeowners insurance, car insurance, groceries, utility bills, to name a few, and I understand the toll it takes on an individual or family when bill amounts increase. For those people who say, I don't have children in Plainfield Public Schools, please understand your property value is aligned to the success of our schools. As a parent of children who have gone through and are currently enrolled in PPS, I have seen the strides the school system has made and proudly attest to my oldest having obtained college degrees and my youngest to follow suit. As I stand in solidarity with the superintendent's proposal, let us continue to do the work of fulfilling the Plainfield Public Schools mission statement. We, in partnership with our community, are accountable. Please understand, we are accountable for creating a safe, inclusive, nurturing learning environment for all students to achieve their maximum potential. And I will also include the ending of the former mission statement, no alibis, no excuses, no exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, Nick. All right, motion to close public comment.
So moved. Okay.
Okay.
She there?
We don't see her here. Can
Hello?
you patch her through? Oh, there she is.
Hi.
Hi, hello.
How are you? My name is Robbie Campbell Assad, and I live at 1302 Marlborough Avenue. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. This has been a very interesting meeting, but I only really have one question because most of the public comments have been in line with what I was thinking. So the budget cuts aren't very clear. The budget isn't very clear. As Mrs. Laura Miranda Brown said, we don't know what the budget is line by line. And as people who are taxpayers, we'd like to see that so we can have comparisons. My question is, as a member of the CPAG and a parent of a special needs child, how much of this budget is going to impact the special needs community? How much of the cut or 0% is going to impact this community?
Is that your only question?
That is my only question.
Okay, thank you.
But I would like an answer.
We'll provide you with an answer via email. Thank you.
Well, can you not only supply it via email? I think the public should know whether you supply it to me via email. I have a small support group, which is the CPAG and some other community members, but I think it should be supplied to all of the public. Can that be done?
Your sentiments are received. Yes, it can be. Thank you very much, Ms. Lasai. Is that on there? All right, I'll entertain a motion to close public comment.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Vice President Webb and seconded by Commissioner Gray. The board now closed public comment at this time. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried.
All right, I'll now entertain a motion for consent agenda.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Vice President Webb and seconded by Commissioner Andrews that the board now move this agenda as a consent agenda. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right.
Mr. Cox, can you make sure that all commissioners are recused from their, oh, okay, go ahead. Okay.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I want to clarify, that was Commissioner
Webb.
Malone, or the Webb that said that?
That's Webb.
Thank you. Been properly moved by Commissioner Vice President Webb and seconded by Commissioner Smith that the board now approve the consent agenda. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? I will denote all board commissioners abstaining from their personal reimbursements if applicable. There being none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Vice President Webb,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes, but no to R1. Like the opportunity for it to be revised.
Commissioner Andrews,
No to P14, P17, P18. Yes, all others.
14, 17, and 18, you said?
Yes, let me check again. Yeah, those in particular, P14, 17, 18.
Okay. So a yes on everything except for P14, 17, and 18. Noted. Commissioner Gray?
Can you clarify what number again is the tax increase or tax decrease? That resolution?
Budget resolution. Walk on item number 14 under business operations that outlines the general appropriations as well as the tax levy.
So no to P11, no to P14, no to P15?
P11 wasn't anything with the taxes, just to let you know.
Okay. So no to P11, that had to do with the tractor trailers that were added on. The tractor trailers didn't come up in the finance committee meeting, it came up afterwards. It was sent in an email, it didn't come up in the finance committee meetings.
Understood.
So I wanted to also see if we can amend the minutes in order to reflect that, the fact that the tractor trailer conversation never came up in a committee meeting.
So we currently on your roll call vote. So we have
Okay,
to-
all right. So yeah, so what number, can you clarify what number is the minutes for the finance committee?
Is your device not working appropriately?
Yeah, it's not working appropriately, so can you, so we can get to voting over.
Finance committee meeting minutes for finance and operations is H1.
So no to H1, no to P11, no to P14, no to P15, no to P17, and no to R1.
Read this back.
Yes, sir.
One is a no.
Yes.
P11 is a no. Then P14,
P15, P17, and no to R1.
so you're a yes to P18?
Can you clarify what P18 is again?
Withdrawal from maintenance reserve.
No, I'm a no on P18 as well.
Right? Commissioner Dr. Harris,
No to R1, yes to all others.
Commissioner Hembry, Commissioner Johnson,
Guess I shouldn't have took my computer. Well, I think I'm gonna abstain from, I'm gonna vote no for the walk-on regarding the budget. Is that on here?
so that will be items P14 through 18.
I
You're abstaining or you're voting no?
I'm voting no for those, and yes to everything else.
Commissioner Malone,
I'm a no for P14 through 18, and no for R1. That's it. I mean, yes for everything else.
Commissioner President Wyatt,
Yes.
for all items, ma'am.
Yes.
Madam President, all items have passed.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Been properly moved by Commissioner Webb and seconded by Commissioner Malone that the board now adjourn this meeting in the public. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Meeting adjourned at 11:35.
I've got to get home by 12.
11:30 is wild to me.
Now,